Chapter 432. Guchen Shah had thoroughly seen the power of the human dragon set. With the combination of the human dragon core, human dragon sword, and human dragon armor, even the weakest, stupidest, and laziest person would be able to become a top-notch expert as long as they obtained these three items. They would be able to explore all kinds of secret places and kill all kinds of wild beasts. In this way, the barbarians would have no chance of turning the tables. Even if the evil god broke free from the seal and woke up, the people would not be able to save the situation. More importantly, the heavenly demon tree had absorbed the wreckage and fused with the human diagram, a connate numinous treasure. Its abilities were extremely powerful, and it could produce the human dragon elixir, human dragon sword, and human dragon armor. It was even more efficient than the Buzhou Palace back then. The heavenly demon tree had absorbed the Buzhou Palace, the Dragon Gate, and other items. Not only did it have all their abilities, but it could also go one step further and gain advantages that the Buzhou Palace and the Dragon Gate could not compare to. After some calculations, the heavenly demon tree had absorbed the Buzhou Palace, the Dragon Gate, the central Wutu Great Virtue Flag, the human diagram, and the 5 great bloodlines of the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, the Black Tortoise, and the North Star. It could be said that the potential of the heavenly demon tree surpassed any heavenly demon tree that had been refined by any demon sage in history. Zhuge Ye was preparing to completely unravel the secrets of the Tai Pearl and fuse it with it. However, this would probably have to wait until he reached the immortal level. If he could reach the immortal level as soon as possible and obtain the world-burying coffin and fuse it with the sphere, then he could truly surpass the black gate of heaven and earth. Of course, Zhuge Ye's ambition did not stop there. He wanted to refine the life's wish sphere into a treasure similar to the primordial dragon gate and the heavenly sacrificial talisman. The primordial dragon gate represented the strongest will of the past era. In the primordial age, it had created countless miracles, and the heavenly sacrificial talisman represented the strongest will of the present era. What would rule the future? Naturally, it would be the life's wish sphere. This was what Zhuge Ye thought, as well as what everyone in the calming immortal department thought. With this ambition, no one will be satisfied with the current situation. The ape clan's vitality has been greatly damaged, but the 3 great ape gods are still around. The 1,000 transformation stone ape is full of transformations. The Yin-Yang ghost ape is good at scheming, and the King Kong fighting ape is good at fighting. If they are determined to make things difficult for our celestial tranquility department, then there will be many more troublesome days ahead. Liu Baiwei thought further. It's fine. I've already comprehended the 23 transformations, past reflection. My ability to calculate has improved a lot. With the Grand Unity Pearl, the Life's Wish Sphere, and the Heavenly Demon Tree, I can communicate with the world-burying coffin. His calculation ability has already surpassed the Yin-Yang ghost ape. Zhuge Ye smiled and said, "Soon, I will be able to peek into the future and gain an undying body. Then, I will be able to master the 26 transformations. All things return to one very quickly. It's just that the 27 transformations, seamless space, and spatial teleportation is a bit more difficult to comprehend. If I can comprehend it and break through this stage, then the 28 transformations will shatter the vacuum, and the 29 transformations will comprehend the primordial chaos. Only the 30 transformations to create a world, which is to open up a heavenly grotto heaven, is somewhat difficult." Gu Qinshan knew that the 30 transformations of the Tao realm was called Grotto Heaven Creation. Grotto Heaven worlds were different from normal storage spaces. Storage spaces had no life at all and could only be called spaces. A true world existed in the chaotic flow of space. It floated about and couldn't be captured. Within the Grotto Heaven, it had its own life force. Not only could it give birth to living things, but could also absorb chaotic essence energy to break it down and refine it. Apart from that, the difference between a world and space was that one could control time in a world. For example, Jing Fanqing cultivated in the Heaven and Earth sect for hundreds of years, but only a year had passed outside. In a world, time was in control. That was the foundation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a world and wouldn't be a grotto heaven. It would just be a normal space. The so-called ancient legends also had 7 days in a cave is a few thousand years in the world. Originally, this sphere of the common people's wish also had the ability to reverse time within it, but the people of the calming immortal department were still unable to activate it. Only after they became deity-level experts would they be able to change it and display its greatest ability, using their own world energy to activate this huge world. Tao Realm Transformation 30 was world creation, and one soul power would merge into world power. World power was really mysterious, and it was basically soul power. But when one soul power was used to the extreme, it would transform into a supreme mystery. The ape race matter has come to an end. We just need to be careful. Next, we need to deal with the Eternal Extermination Alliance and the Adjudicator. Chong Weiyong hopes that we can kill Do 19 to test the reaction of the 3 Heaven Venerables. Gu Chunsha was eager to give it a try. I think it's more suitable for me to handle this matter. It just so happens that my 3,600 puppets have cultivated transcendence energy, but their transcendence energy is weak. I have to go to the bottom of the sea and completely refine that jade mountain. When the time comes, the transcendence energy of these 3,600 puppets will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. That means I will have 3,600 experts in the transcendence energy realm, and they will all be of the Vajra quality. How much more powerful will the tranquil immortal department become? Zhuge nodded his head. Only King can do this. With your current strength, it is tough to kill Do 19, but it isn't impossible. This can stimulate King's combat strength and give King a lot of training. While speaking, Zhuge pointed at the Heaven Monster Tree. Instantly, the entire Heaven Monster Tree shone brightly and released its strongest power. After a full day and night, a ring formed on the tree. The ring fell to the ground. It was green in color, and there were wooden patterns on it. It looked really old and simple. Gu Chunsha held the ring in his hand and infused his own Dan Qi into it, sealing it in place. He saw that a space had actually opened up within. It was a square-shaped space with a length, width, and height of 9 zhang. Using the calculation method in the Heavenly Talisman Grand Cannon, that would be 10 meters. The Heaven Monster Tree can actually refine space rings now? Gu Chunsha asked. Not bad. With the power of the common people's wish and the Tai Pearl, I can create such a huge space ring to store resources. But I can't mass-produce it. I spent a day and used up a lot of energy. Zhuge said, it took me a day to calculate and create this ring, and 7 days to recuperate. I see, Lu Baiwa said. If this space ring can be mass-produced, then I'm afraid the demand will exceed the supply. But as our cultivation increases, the day of mass production won't be far off. That's for sure. When the time comes, the people of the Celestial Calmness Department will have medicinal pills, armor, swords, and space rings. The world is so big. Where can't they go? Gu Chunsha took the ring and put it on. All my previous spatial equipment was dissolved by the common people's wish sphere. The space in my sea of energy and consciousness was also shattered and fused with my blood. I really do lack spatial equipment. Although the space inside this ring isn't very big, it can still store a lot of things inside. The cube was 33 feet in length, width, and height, equivalent to a large hall. It could indeed store a lot of goods. If used in war, this ring of food would be enough to feed an army of several thousand for many days. After all, most of the armies in the Yonko relied on meat and rice. Only high-ranking officers could enjoy pills and battle wine. But as the Heaven Monster Tree grew, the Yonko army would have to change their equipment. Of course, Gu Chunsha wouldn't change the equipment of the entire army. He wanted to nurture new people. He would choose young people who accepted the ideals of the Celestial Calmness Department and nurture them into his own army, the Celestial Calmness Army. Some of the old soldiers were from other factions and were hard to control. After getting the ring, Gu Chunsha's body moved, and 3,600 drops of jade liquid flew out from his body. These were the newly crafted common people's God General puppets. All of them were at Tao Realm Transformation 20, gather and disperse impermanence. They all flew into the ring and laid out a formation. With the space as the foundation, they stored their killing moves. After everything was prepared, Gu Qinsha flew out. He left the common people's wish ball and flew once more. In just 2 hours, he came to the ocean of Baoyu country. Looking closely, he realized that Do 19 and the others were still hiding in the secret room in the depths of the prince's residence. Gu Qinsha hid and right away. With his current methods, no one noticed. How long are we going to hide here? The demon calamity still hasn't happened. This is so depressing. A Tao Realm Transformation 20 cultivators said, I heard that Celestial Calmness Department and the ape race had a conflict and the 3 ape god race suffered a huge loss. That's right. I've already received news that the ape clan has suffered a great loss this time. Even their sect's treasure, the myriad demon human transformation diagram, has been taken away. The ape clan's clan leader, Ape Huang, as well as the ape clan's 10 great battle kings, have all been killed. Do 19's voice spread out, but Cosmos Sect's Chong Weiyong, Grand Tutor Wenhong, and if my calculations are correct, even Tai Mystic Sect's Tai Xin attacked. But that old fellow is really cunning and didn't use his own strength, so no one could find any evidence. Senior brother, Celestial Calmness Department obtained a large amount of the ape race's treasures. Along with the fact that they contacted Cosmos Sect and Tai Mystic Sect, as well as Wenhong, their strength has increased greatly. Even if the demon calamity explodes, they will be able to suppress it. If that's the case, we still can't attack. Li Rongguang, who had cultivated the Bodhi circular light, said to Do 19. Chapter 433. Gu Qinsha listened to their conversation and laughed coldly in his heart. However, he didn't alert them. He left once more and entered the depths of the sea. He was still at the place where the Xingqiong clan was being suppressed. He wanted to obtain the Jade Mountain to increase the power of his 3,600 generals, as he didn't have enough materials. Although each general had the bloodline of the Heaven Talisman Emperor, they weren't strong enough and their cultivation wasn't strong enough. If he came here to replenish himself, he would definitely be able to achieve something. Gu Qinsha decided to swallow all of them and refine them into normal cultivators. That way, he would be able to have 3,600 Tao Realm Transformation, 20 Impermanence, gathering and dispersing cultivators. Even the Celestial Tao Sect probably didn't have such a huge puppet. So, he directly sank down and entered the depths of the sea. But then he was stunned. That was because he realized that the giant Jade Mountain was gone. It totally disappeared, and all that was left was the pitch-black bottom of the sea. At the depths of the sea, there was a giant twisted space tunnel that led to who knew where. But threads of demonic energy seeped out from within. This made Gu Qinsha suspect that the twisted space tunnel led to another demon region. What's going on? How did this happen? This time, even Gu Qinsha didn't know what was going on. The last time he came, Xing Qiongshi disappeared. This time, even the Jade Mountain was gone. Could it be that Wu Dankong came and melted the Jade Mountain? Gu Qinsha frowned. Impossible. Wu Dankong doesn't have such strength. This Jade Mountain is so huge, and with her cultivation, even if she melted it for 100 years, it would be useless. There is another possibility, which is that Xing Qiongshi took it away. That is the highest possibility. Although the Jade Mountain can only be melted by the sun of Heaven God sealing technique. Xing Qiongshi has shocking strength, and she definitely hid many things when negotiating with me. Gu Qinsha felt that it was a great pity that the Jade Mountain had disappeared. To him, it was the best material. If he could melt the entire Jade Mountain, he would definitely be able to refine an invincible puppet army. But now, the treasure that was easily within his reach had disappeared without a trace. As for the space-time tunnel that seemed to lead to the infernal domain, Gu Qinsha did not care. The water pressure in the depths of the sea was extremely high. Even if a golden core realm devil came out from there and encountered the pressure, he would be smashed to pieces unless he had cultivated dermic powers. This meant that it was impossible to cause a large-scale disaster. Of course, strict precautions were unavoidable here. What a waste if I strengthened the strength of 3,600 common people god generals and laid out a formation. I would have more confidence in dealing with that Do 19. After observing for a long time, Gu Chansha felt that Xing Qiongshi had really left and Jade Mountain had disappeared. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As for whether or not the space-time tunnel led to the infernal domain, he wasn't prepared to find out. The mysteries of space-time were really dangerous. Once one entered, there was a high chance that one would be lost within, and it would be hard for one to come out. In the chaotic space-time, even the common people's wish ball could not sense it. Gu Qinsha always planned before he acted. He definitely wouldn't ask for trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of things, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks. This time, he accepted the invitation of the Yin-Yang ghost ape and entered small Summer Mountain not because he was rash, but because he had thought of all sorts of plans. He contacted Wenhong, Chong Weiyang, and Taishan City's experts to take the initiative and cause the ape race to suffer heavy losses. So, Gu Qinsha left this place. After he left, there seemed to be a demon eye opening in the pitch-black space-time tunnel. It saw the entire situation at the bottom of the sea. After a long while, the demon eye closed. This place seemed more and more mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder where the other parts of the Xingqiong clan are sealed. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, although we obtained the ancient seven-star Lord Jiang Gongwang's memories, we only got a small portion. We didn't get the memories of where the Xingqiong clan is sealed. He returned to Baoyu country and wasn't in a rush to attack Do 19. Do 19 had eaten a transformation fruit and could change into anything. His methods were no weaker than the 1,000 transformation stone apes. He was also cunning and definitely had many clones. Maybe this was just one of his clones. Anyway, after observing for so long, Gu Chansha still couldn't see through Do 19. As for Li Rongguang, Gu Chansha could see that his cultivation was between the 23rd Dao Realm transformation past and the 24th Dao Realm transformation future. This person had come with his true body and didn't have a clone. It was obvious that he had come to the human world to train and didn't hold anything back. He wanted to immerse himself in the mortal world and comprehend the mysteries of time. The best way to comprehend the mysteries of time was to immerse yourself in the mortal world and experience the vicissitudes of life. Zhuge Ye had used a clone to comprehend it, but he had succeeded. That was because he was the Lord of Seven Star. He was at the pinnacle of natural-born saints. No one could compare to him. Do 19's talent is at the pinnacle of geniuses, but he hasn't become a natural-born saint. From this, I can see that even the 3 Empyreans can't turn someone into a natural-born saint. That's a huge threshold. Only the ancient Dragon Gate can do it. Gu Qinsha continued to observe. He had been observing for several days and nights. He was very patient. Do 19 was setting up a spell at the bottom of the sea, but I broke it with Taishan City's talismans. He shouldn't have discovered it yet. I feel like I need to make some noise to lure him to the depths of the sea. After thinking for a long time, Gu Qinsha thought of a plan. He returned to the place where the Xingqiong clan was sealed and suddenly exploded with magic power. It was the magic power of the 3,600 god generals. Gu Qinsha didn't activate his core chi. He hadn't cultivated magic power yet. As soon as he activated it, he sensed more than 10 powerful auras sweeping over. Do 19 was the first to appear. Do 19 was an expert at the 25th transformation of the Dao realm with an undying body. The strength of this realm was unquestionable. Up until now, Gu Qinsha had seen 3 people with an undying body, Jing Xiu, Ape Desolation, and Do 19. Based on his calculations, Ape Desolation was the weakest, and he could deal with it. Jing Xiu was the strongest. He hadn't seen Do 19's true strength, but based on his aura and comprehension of the Tao, he definitely wasn't as strong as Jing Xiu. Jing Xiu had the heart of all ages. He had created a civilization and relied on himself to achieve his current realm step by step. Do 19, on the other hand, was born with the strongest backing. Even the sons of the sect leaders of the major immortal sects were far inferior to him. From a certain perspective, he was a spoiled brat. If Jing Xiu and Do 19 fought, Do 19 would definitely be toyed to death by Jing Xiu. Gu Qinsha believed that without a doubt. Jing Xiu was still managing the Sama Empire in the depths of the desert. Gu Qinsha wasn't prepared to find trouble with him, as he couldn't do anything to him. However, once he dealt with the various matters in the God Continent, Gu Qinsha would have to meet Jing Xiu sooner or later. How did this happen? Do 19 came here and saw the situation. He was shocked, and his expression became really ugly. Where did it go? The Jade Mountain suppressed Xingqiong clan's head. How did it disappear? This is not good. What? Xingqiong clans had escaped? The dozen or so members of the Perpetual Extermination Alliance looked around with ashen faces, as if they were afraid that Xingqiong clan's head would appear and swallow them whole. Don't panic. Perhaps the world has changed, and many loopholes have appeared. Do 19 calmed down. That fluctuation of magic power just now was very weak, but the restrictions I set up in the past disappeared. The newcomer must be very powerful. Senior brother, this is no small matter. Xingqiong clan's head has disappeared without trace. This is no longer something we can handle. We have to report this to the 3 celestial sovereigns. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble, Li Rongguang said hurriedly. I'll set up an altar right away and communicate with Father. Do 19 knew that something big was about to happen. Even if he became a god, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, Father and the other 2 celestial sovereigns are in some unknown space-time. They're trying to capture and control the primordial tree. They're trying to fuse their will into the tree and refine it. Father has been doing this for the past few thousand years. As long as he succeeds, any powerful existence in the world will be suppressed. Even Gu Taxian is no exception. Capture the primordial tree. Gu Qinsha didn't dare to take this news lightly. He cultivated the heavenly demon tree, so he knew how powerful the primordial tree was. Thinking about it, even Xingqiong clan's body had been torn apart by the immortal slaying, God-punishing gourd condensed on the primordial tree. From this, it could be seen that the primordial tree was countless times stronger than Xingqiong clan. However, since the 3 celestial sovereigns had a plan, it wasn't impossible for them to succeed. They were like a virus slowly invading the primordial tree, using all kinds of methods. It was possible that they could steal some of the primordial tree's source and control a small part of its power. Even so, the 3 celestial sovereign strength would probably increase by many times. At that time, the Tranquil Immortal Department would be completely destroyed. However, now that Gu Qinsha knew this news, there was nothing he could do. The 3 celestial sovereigns and the primordial tree were no longer something he could hope to achieve. However, this also gave him a good piece of information. The 3 celestial sovereigns were carrying out their plan and had no time to care about other things. This gave him some time to do whatever he wanted for now. At the very least, the 3 celestial sovereigns wouldn't come looking for trouble if he killed Do 19. Senior brother, the 3 celestial sovereigns are carrying out a grand plan, so we can't compare them. However, the other God-rank senior brother should be coming to preside over the situation. With our current strength, we can no longer control the situation. Li Rongguang was still very worried. Chapter 434. Gu Qinsha did not want to think about the matters of the 3 great Empyreans. Since he couldn't interfere in this matter, he would just do what he could and accumulate it step by step. Sooner or later, he would achieve supreme success. Right now, the 3 heavenly venerables were plotting to infiltrate the Hongmeng tree in an attempt to obtain the authority of the Hongmeng tree. Moreover, the divine realm experts under them were all participating in this matter, so it was very likely that they couldn't be distracted. Since this was the case, it was the best time for Gu Qinsha to go on a killing spree. He would cut off the many wings left behind by the 3 heavenly venerables in one fell swoop. Of course, Gu Qinsha still wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he was still observing from the shadows. He couldn't just listen to Do 19's side of the story. He had to carefully analyze the situation and observe the changes. Once he was certain that he had grasped many secrets and understood Don 19's background, he could capture and kill him in one fell swoop. This boy had a lot of magic treasures on him and a lot of trump cards. It would not be easy to kill him, especially since it was very likely that he had talismans and other things left behind by the three Empyreans. Therefore, Gu Chansha felt that he had to steal these things first before suppressing them. Only then would he be absolutely safe. He was in no hurry. This was a battle of wits and courage. No matter how strong Don 19 was, he would definitely be able to find an opening. You guys should hide here and wait for an opportunity to strike. Don 19 issued an order. I'm going somewhere else to kill some living beings, set up an altar, and communicate with my father. Before I return, don't do anything rash. Understood? Yes, we will listen to Senior Brother's instructions. Li Rongguang flew away and once again hid in the depths of the Baoyu Kingdom's Yuhuang. Don 19 waved her sleeves and flew away. Gu Chansha immediately used his powerful concealment techniques to follow Don 19. He didn't let up and just followed Don 19 to see what he was up to. Don 19 flew toward the Divine Continent. In less than 2 hours, they had flown over the ocean and reached the Divine Land. Then they passed through many states and provinces and flew to the center of the Divine Land, the Sin State. They arrived at the place where the seal of the bottomless sea of sin was broken. Whoosh! He directly passed through the broken seal and entered the infernal domain. Could it be that this kid also wants to establish an altar in the devilish territory to kill devils? Build an altar and communicate with the three heavenly venerables? Gu Chansha thought about it and agreed with him. Only in the demon's domain would there be countless souls. No matter how brutal Don 19 was, he would not dare to carry out a large-scale massacre in the Endless Mainland. Only by venturing deep into the demon's domain and slaying the demon souls would there be a possibility of communication. Even though Don 19 was the son of the three great Empyreans, if he wanted to communicate with them and ask for something, he would have to go through a sacrificial ritual. Otherwise, the three great Empyreans would have countless sons, descendants, and disciples. If they didn't set some rules, wouldn't it be a complete mess? This was the same as the imperial court. Even the son of the emperor couldn't have an endless supply of resources. He had to make contributions and manage his own business. At most, he could borrow some influence. Back then, Gu Chansha was miserable. If he hadn't gotten a sacrificial decree, he would probably still be struggling and doing nothing. At the entrance of the seal, there was still a huge nether metal fortress. One after another, they were still under construction. Endless demonic chi was gathering in the war fortress. Billions of devils were chanting the great Mahakasayapa to gather demonic chi. Other than turning into demonic images, the demonic chi that rolled in the air also turned into demonic dragons that danced in the air. These demonic dragons weren't living beings, but their lethality was comparable to that of a dermic power realm expert. Millions of nether metal fortresses were united. Billions, or even billions of devils were chanting the great Mahakasayapa at the same time. Even if Don 19 were to see it, he wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Not to mention Don 19, even if a god-level expert were to come and get caught in it, he would probably die. That was because there would definitely be demon god-level experts within the nether metal fortresses. Don 19 avoided the nether metal fortresses and flew deeper into the demon region. Naturally, Gu Chansha was hot on his heels, not letting his guard down in the slightest bit. However, looking at the nether metal fortresses, Lin Fan was secretly startled. If this were to continue, the nether metal fortresses would truly block up the entire seal. By then, even he wouldn't be able to get in. They flew for an entire day and night. Don 19 seemed to have truly entered the depths of the demon region. His speed was extremely fast. Thankfully, Gu Chansha was able to keep up. The number of devils in the depths of the demon region was increasing gradually as well. There were black demon mountains everywhere. Beneath the demon mountains, there were demon springs. There were also many plants and fruits of the demon region that could be used as food for the demon race. One by one, the demon race tribes were scattered all over the demon mountains. There are even battles between tribes. Of course, there were also some tribes that had migrated here. After receiving the summons of the demon god, they headed to the Broken Seal and prepared to invade the Endless Mainland. This place is suitable for building an altar. Just then, Do 19 found a demon mountain. Opening his mouth, he spat out a beam of golden light. Immediately, the golden light spread out, forming a huge altar that was dozens of kilometers wide and as tall as a mountain. Great Emperor's heavenly soldier. Just then, Do 19 took out a gourd. After opening the gourd, many beams of golden light shot out from within. These beams of golden light transformed into puppets wearing dragon robes. All of them had the aura of an emperor. These puppets had profound powers that far exceeded that of the Saint Dragon's heavenly soldier. Clipchamp took a look and realized that these heavenly soldiers were actually at the 22 transformations of Tao realm. They were at the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth realm and could transform at will. This was the limit of puppets. This thing is called the Great Emperor's heavenly soldier. Clipchamp was shocked. The common life god general that he had crafted could be considered a strong character among the puppets. However, compared to these Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers, they were still lacking. Who knew how these Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers were crafted? Right now, the heavenly demon tree was unable to form such puppets. But thinking about it, this was the son of 3 heavenly lords and an expert at the 25 transformations of Tao realm undying body. It wasn't surprising that he had spent so much effort to craft these Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers. There were a total of 360 Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers, which matched the number of heavenly cycles. Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers, go and capture the demons. Come to the altar. Do 19 sat on the altar that he had created and commanded the Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers. In an instant, all of these Emperor's heavenly soldiers turned into a huge whirlwind with a radius of dozens of miles. Within the whirlwind, there were thunder and lightning, and with a thunderclap, they were far away from their potential. This is incredible. Each of these Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers is so strong. They're so much stronger than Jing Fanxing. Doesn't that mean that Jing Fanxing can't even defeat a single puppet? At this moment, Clipchamp finally realized how deep the foundations of the 3 heavenly lords were. It was definitely not something that the 72 mystical gates of the immortal Tao could compare to. Even the number 1 sect, the Black Gate of Heaven and Earth, had to submit to the 3 heavenly lords. The entire immortal Tao had to follow their lead, or they would be punished. These Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers were already at the 22 transformations of heaven and earth, and could use their spiritual power to form huge whirlwinds of dark clouds and lightning. They moved as fast as lightning, sweeping over a tribe in the demon realm and swallowing thousands, or even tens of thousands, of monsters into the whirlwinds. Their essence, blood, and souls were transformed into crimson talismans. These 360 Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers turned into 360 lightning tornadoes and thunderous explosions, flying everywhere and sweeping across the area with a radius of 10,000 li. Before long, the Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers returned one by one, tossing numerous talismans onto the altar. As for Do 19, he was sitting on the altar, creating many clones that were inscribing runes. As soon as those runes were inscribed on the altar, they seeped into it, causing the altar to spin continuously. Do 19's killing of the monsters will relieve a lot of pressure on us. Clipchamp nodded to himself. These Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers are really strong, and together they can form many formations. If I can get my hands on them, the Celestial Commerce Department will gain yet another powerful force. But it seems that Do 19 still has a lot of treasures on him, so I can't rush things. Just the combination of him and the 360 Great Emperor's heavenly soldiers is enough to make it difficult for me. Clipchamp was very patient. He was prepared to kill them all in one blow. Killing the demons here would be of great help to the Celestial Commerce Department, but I don't want to. Unfortunately, I need a powerful sacrifice to communicate with my father, or I wouldn't be able to get these things out of thin air. Do 19 collected the blood talismans on the altar. Each talisman contained a large amount of souls and essence blood, all of which had been slain by the great emperor's heavenly soldiers. However, these talismans were far from enough. He didn't prepare a sacrifice. For half a month, Do 19 continued to collect. He commanded the great emperor's heavenly soldiers to wipe out more and more monsters. Moreover, he was still shifting the location of the sacrificial altar. Once he was done with this area of tens of thousands of miles, he would move to another location. This was an altar that could fly. After shifting dozens of places, Do 19 accumulated more and more talismans, but he still didn't activate the sacrifice. It seemed like he was accumulating something. Among them, there were some golden core and above demons who came, but how could they be Do 19's match? They were directly killed and sealed, turning into blood talismans. Guchen Sha was really envious. Do 19 was like a giant thief that swept through the demon region. He was faster and faster, and wherever he went, the monsters were basically defenseless. The Celestial Commerce Department also had an altar in the demon region, but they couldn't be as arrogant as Do 19. Their killing speed was far slower than his. The ones guarding the altar were Lu Yu and the other four. Their cultivation was at Tao Realm Transformation 20, Gather and Disperse Impermanence. When the five of them worked together, they could challenge cultivators who were a few realms higher than them. But Guchen Sha was calculating that even if the five of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to deal with 5 great emperors' heavenly soldiers. Not to mention 360 great emperors' heavenly soldiers swarming them. Chapter 435. Guchen Sha was very patient. Another half a month passed. He had been following Do 19 for more than a month. During this long period of time, he had gradually familiarized himself with Do 19's methods. However, he didn't plan to make a move immediately because he hadn't completely understood this person's trump cards yet. Do 19 was an expert at the 25th transformation of the Tao realm, the undying body. His magic power could predict all kinds of dangers, see the past, and peek into the future. He could completely sense Gu Chencha's spying on him from the side. But Zhuge Ye had already predicted this. Through the sphere of the common people's wish, the heavenly monster tree, and the Tai Pearl, he had obscured the heavenly secrets of Guchen Sha and the Celestial Pacification Department, making it impossible for experts to divine their whereabouts. This way, even Do 19 had no idea what was going on in the Celestial Pacification Department. Let alone Do 19, even the Yin-Yang ghost ape, who was adept at divination, had no idea what was going on in the Celestial Pacification Department. Of course, the reason why Zhuge Ye was so strong wasn't entirely because of the sphere of the common people's wish and the heavenly monster tree. Most importantly, it was because of the medallion on Liu Baiyue's body. That medallion had been bestowed by the Celestial Talisman Emperor. On it were the words like a sovereign himself. This medallion could also subvert the heavens and suppress destiny. But whether it was Guchen Sha, Liu Baiyue, or Zhuge Ye, none of them had been able to comprehend the mysteries of this medallion. However, as everyone's cultivation grew more profound, they gradually realized that if this golden plate was truly used, it would most likely possess world-shaking might. After thinking about it, the Celestial Talisman Emperor had simply written the words, "Man conquers heaven," and infused it into the heavenly sacrificial edict, distorting it. This token of, as if he himself came, represented that he had personally come. How could that be? Because of this, some of the actions of the Celestial Pacification Department couldn't be sensed by deity-level experts. Otherwise, when a deity-level expert divined, everyone's situation would be clear in their minds. How could they do anything? Wasn't he being eaten alive? Guchen Sha also vaguely understood these clues, so he boldly followed Do 19 without fear of being discovered by him. During this 1 month, Do 19 was still commanding these emperor's heavenly soldiers to carry out guerrilla warfare and relocate altars. Who knew how many devil beasts he had killed? Gu Chencha's eyes were filled with envy. These fiend monsters are all transformed into blood talismans. If I can obtain them and sacrifice them to the common people's wish sphere, the heavenly demon tree will grow a lot more. But now is not the time. If I attack, I definitely won't be able to defeat Do 19. Rumble. Do 19 once again killed all the fiend monsters in a radius of 30 to 40,000 kilometers. Then, he activated the sacrificial altar and flew somewhere else. They arrived at a place that Gu Chansha had never ventured into before. The scenery in the infernal domain had also become even more ancient. One could even see many ancient ruins from the Great War of Gods and Demons in many places. And the demons that lived in these places also gradually became stronger. Their numbers increased, and many experts appeared in the various demon tribes. But this was not a problem for Do 19. After all, even in the infernal domain where experts were endless, there were very few demons that could cultivate golden cores and dermic powers. They were existences that could be called sovereigns, but they posed no threat to him at all. Even demons of the same cultivation level as him were like chopping vegetables in front of him. Of course, after killing for so long, there had yet to be a demon emperor at the 23 transformations. Gu Chansha was still waiting patiently. If this continues, it will definitely attract the experts of the infernal domain. If I seize this opportunity, I will be able to see Do 19's true trump card. I'm still lacking a powerful soul. Do 19 sat on the altar and watched as the great emperor's heavenly soldiers returned a hand over the blood talismans. The talismans circled around the altar at first, but there were more and more of them. At this time, Do 19 took out a gourd and used a spell to absorb all of the blood talismans into the gourd. He took out a total of 2 gourds. One was golden and was used to store the emperor's heavenly soldier. The other was blood red and was used to store the talismans. Slowly, Gu Chansha saw that the golden gourd was really amazing. As long as he controlled it, he would be able to control the emperor's heavenly soldier. I have the undying body now. Through this sacrifice, I should be able to communicate with my father and reach the 26 transformations of Tao realm, all techniques back to 1. All techniques back to 1 was to condense all one's powers to the extreme and comprehend the true meaning of 1, the secrets of the world. As long as 1 is removed, there will be 49. As long as all techniques return to 1 and I obtain that 1, my strength will be unimaginable. Only then will I be able to rip open space. Do 19 thought about it. When Gu Chansha saw his actions, he guessed what was going on. The 26 transformations of Tao realm, all techniques back to 1, was to comprehend the strongest power and find the lost 1. Only then would 1 have the right to reach the 27 transformations of seamless 2 worlds. The 27 transformations of seamless 2 worlds was to forcefully rip open space and teleport. Such a realm required the support of really strong powers. Ripping open space was like forcefully ripping open a tunnel between 2 worlds. It was billions of times harder than ripping open the water pressure at the bottom of the ocean. How long? During the continuous killing, Do 19 seemed to have killed too many people and finally attracted the displeasure of the demon region experts. Gu Chansha only felt the world trembling. A pitch-black demonic hand tore through space and descended. This demonic hand blotted out the sky and overturned the universe. With a slight press, everything within a radius of thousands of miles froze with the Battle 19 altar as the center. Everything seemed to be frozen within. A demon god-level expert has appeared. This is what I've been waiting for. Talisman. Do 19 laughed loudly as a talisman flew out of his body. The talisman instantly destroyed the demonic hand, and then it swept forward to cut it in half, wrapping it up and sealing it. He wanted to take the demonic hand and use it as a sacrifice. The demonic hand struggled violently, emitting boundless demonic energy that expanded. It was as if the main body was angry. This was a demon god-level expert, and he had used the demonic hand to tear through space. But now, he had encountered a talisman. Someone had blasphemed the power of a demon god. So naturally, the main body couldn't tolerate it. Come on, come on. A cruel smile appeared on Do 19's face. So what if you're a demon god-level expert? I'm the son of Celestial Victorious Celestial. How could a mere demon god-level expert possibly kill me? I've been waiting for this moment, devil hand clone of yours. Once I capture it and sacrifice it, I'll be able to acquire enough sacrificial power. Rumble. As if it could sense Do 19's mockery, the demonic hand howled, and another burst of power descended from beyond the heavens. Two demonic hands appeared, ready to rip apart the talisman and kill Do 19. Activate. At this time, Do 19's expression became a bit more serious. A demon god was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Even though he had many things to rely on, he didn't dare to let his guard down. A wave of magic power rushed out of his body and entered the talisman. The talisman released countless sacred musical notes that wrapped around the two demon hands. As the talisman wrapped around the two demonic hands, they shrank down and were about to be pulled into the blood-red talisman. As for Do 19, he felt as if he were being crushed by an enormous mountain. Clearly, he had expended a great deal of energy to activate the talisman. Celestial Emperors, return, Do 19 called out. Immediately, all 360 Celestial Emperors returned and flew into the gourd. Then, a stream of magical power surged out of the gourd and entered the talisman. The talisman shone brightly, severing the connection between the demonic hands and space. Then it wrapped around the talisman and entered the blood-red gourd. Damn it! The demon god was furious. Suddenly, the space split open again, and a huge demonic eye appeared. The demonic eye was terrifying, and when it opened slightly, one could see numerous black vortexes flowing within it. Then, an unknown, fragmented psychic wave emanated from the demonic eye and inscribed itself onto Do 19's body. Not good. This is the curse of downfall. The supreme curse of the demonic path. Even a demon god-level expert would have to pay with his life in exchange for it. Do 19 roared and tore open his clothes, revealing a jade pendant hanging around his neck. The jade pendant flew out and turned into the character Tion. It spun violently and emitted a suction force, trying to suck the curse out of his body. This is my chance. The moment Guchan Sha saw the curse of downfall, he knew that this was a golden opportunity for him. Even a demon god-level expert would have to pay a huge price to use this curse. It was no joke, and this was equivalent to forcing Do 19 to use his trump card. Do 19 really had a lot of trump cards. If Guchan Sha had fought him earlier, he would have lost without a doubt. He might not even have had a chance to survive. Of course, Guchan Sha was no fool. He could tell that this kid was not simple. How could the son of the three celestial venerables be killed so easily? Even now, Guchan Sha was not prepared to kill Do 19. He had not completely seen what other trump cards Do 19 had yet to use. What he needed to do now was steal the blood-red gourd. The blood-red gourd contained the blood talismans of the monsters he had killed over the past month. In addition, the talismans of the three celestial venerables had suppressed the two demonic hands. If they were fed to the sphere of the common people's wish and the heavenly demon tree, they would definitely be nourished. Of course, he would not miss out on the talismans of the celestial emperors. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He turned into dust and channeled all his strength, charging into the sacrificial altar in an instant. Immediately, he came into contact with the blood-red gourd, but Do 19 had yet to discover it. Sacrifice. In that instant, he activated the sacrificial sun and moon technique and communicated with the sphere of the common people's wish, using the gourd as a sacrifice. Chapter 436. With Do 19's foundation, it was nearly impossible for Guchan Sha to kill Do 19 before he cultivated the 20th transformation of the Tao realm, impermanence, assemble, and disperse. In such a situation, he had to weaken Do 19 step by step and increase his own strength. After a month of observation, he had figured out some of Do 19's trump cards. First, he obtained Do 19's demon region results, the blood-colored gourd. Then he obtained the Emperor's heavenly soldier gourd, which greatly reduced Don 19's strength. He hid for over a month, and the timing of his attack was perfect. He didn't touch the Emperor's heavenly soldier gourd first, and instead obtained the blood-colored gourd. This wasn't a treasure, but a sacrificial item, so it was much easier to obtain. He used the power of the Life's Wish ball, and with a slight movement, the blood-colored gourd was swept away by the ball. Then, he started to digest it. Within the Life's Wish ball, the blood-colored gourd appeared. Zhuge sensed it long ago and waved his hand to suppress it. Then, the heavenly demon tree's branch stabbed into the gourd. Instantly, numerous blood-colored talismans flew out. They were like locusts that covered the entire space. But the heavenly demon tree gave off a strong suction force and sucked the blood-colored talismans clean. The entire tree grew and glowed brightly. Especially the two sealed demon god hands and talismans. Zhuge wrapped them up. He used the Tai pearl to absorb them and purify them before giving them to the heavenly demon tree to absorb. Celestial Victorious Battle had given Don 19 a talisman, which contained a bit of pure power. When that power was activated, it was incredibly useful. However, the two hands that were suppressing the devil god level were being held back. Moreover, Zhuge had experience dealing with the talismans of the three heavenly venerables. He used the Life's Wish ball and the Tai pearl's power to refine the talisman. But in an instant, the talisman shone brightly like it was going to refine the Life's Wish ball and the heavenly demon tree. Princess used the golden token to suppress the world. At this moment, Zhuge was prepared. He asked Lu Baiwei to take out the token that Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor had given her. Normally, this token didn't have any divine might, but as soon as it came into contact with the light of the talisman, it suddenly emitted a majestic aura and actually suppressed the light immediately. Then it shook slightly. Kacha! The talisman refined by Celestial Paragon Victorious Doer completely shattered. After the talisman shattered, its Yuan Qi was absorbed by the heavenly demon tree. As for the two demon god-level hands, they were absorbed without any suspense. Feedback power. Since the heavenly demon tree had obtained such a large amount of energy, it naturally tore the void and fed it back to Gu Qinsha. On the other side, Gu Qinsha used this power to grab again. Kacha! He grabbed the gourd of the Great Emperor's heavenly weapon. As expected, the gourd exploded and rebounded. A huge resistance force surged out from within. If it was Gu Qinsha's own strength, he would definitely have been repelled and even absorbed. Unfortunately, Gu Qinsha had first sacrificed the blood talismans, the demon god-level hands, and Celestial Paragon Victorious Doer's talisman to obtain some of the power from the Life's Wish ball. This power was extremely huge. In just an instant, it suppressed the Great Emperor's divine weapon gourd. Then, with a slight sweep, the Great Emperor's divine weapon gourd was swept away into the Life's Wish ball. Good. The Great Emperor's divine weapon gourd appeared in Zhuge's hand. He and Lu Baiwei laughed. This Great Emperor's divine weapon was refined by the three Celestial Paragons. Each of them had a strength of 22 Tao Realm Transformation heavenly bodies. They are even stronger than the Saint Dragon celestial weapon. Do 19 is indeed his son to have such a treasure. The magic power quality of these Great Emperor's divine weapons is even the Vajra technique. Now, they belong to our calming immortal department. With these treasures, our manufacturing and defense will be greatly improved. This gourd is also a treasure called the Imperial Tao Gourd. When you use this gourd to control the Great Emperor's divine weapon, its power will multiply and it will be harder for you to betray it. As long as you have the gourd, you can know everything about the Great Emperor's divine weapon. Even if it falls into the hands of others, you can use the gourd to retrieve it. Even if you can't retrieve it, you can use the gourd to kill it so that it doesn't fall into the hands of your enemies. As he spoke, he hung the gourd on the heavenly demon tree. With a flash of light, the heavenly demon tree swallowed the imprint in the gourd. The gourd was now imbued with Gu Qinsha's aura, becoming Gu Qinsha's treasure. As for the 360 Great Emperor's divine weapons and the Imperial Tao Gourd, leave them to King So it turns out that King has refined 3,600 heaven-mending generals. These heaven-mending generals are supreme existences tainted with the bloodline of the heavenly talisman sovereign. It's just that they don't have jade stones to devour, causing their magic energy to be insufficient. Now, King can also merge these heaven-mending generals into the gourd and fuse them with the Great Emperor's divine weapon. This way, you will definitely be able to break through, and your strength will surpass the original Great Emperor's divine weapon. Zhuge tossed the gourd into the air, sending it to Glyph Sha. This series of changes happened extremely quickly. Glyph Sha obtained the blood-colored gourd and sacrificed it. After that, he used the power of the sacrifice to suppress the Imperial Dao gourd and the Great Emperor's divine weapon. After accomplishing these two things, he wasn't greedy. He immediately retreated, escaping from the boundary of the altar. After that, the Imperial Dao gourd once again landed in his hands. This was the gourd that Zhuge had refined, and the Great Emperor's divine weapon had truly become his treasure. With a thought, he observed that the space within the Imperial Dao gourd was extremely vast. It was a spherical space, and the diameter of the sphere was at least 100 miles. The 360 Great Emperor's divine weapons transformed into clouds of magic energy, cultivating on their own. This gourd contained an aura similar to that of an emperor. No wonder it was called the Imperial Dao gourd. However, this wasn't the Son of Heaven's Qi, but the Emperor's Qi, which was a level higher than the Son of Heaven's Qi. This Emperor's Qi was also very mysterious. It was unknown how it was refined, or if it was gathered by Do 19 or the three heavenly venerables. This Emperor's Qi was also very useful for the nurturing of treasures. Heaven-mending generals, come out! Glyph Sha called out. The 3,600 heaven-mending generals in his body also entered the Imperial Dao gourd, fusing with the Great Emperor's divine weapon within. Immediately, many mysterious changes occurred between the two. Damn it, what's going on? A huge explosion came from the sacrificial altar. A jade pendant exploded, and the curse on Do 19 was forcefully removed. However, just as he was fighting against the curse, the Great Emperor's divine weapon and the blood-colored gourd both disappeared. Initially, he could clearly see what Glyph Sha was doing. However, because he was fighting against the curse, he had neglected the fact that someone had planned to steal his things. Moreover, Glyph Sha's theft was very ingenious. The sequence was not messed up at all, and it happened to be at his weakest point. If someone else had done the same thing as Glyph Sha, they would definitely not have succeeded. This was because stealing the blood-colored gourd was useless. Instead, it was suppressed by the three heavenly venerables talismans. However, Glyph Sha had directly sacrificed it to the Great Emperor's divine weapon. Zhuge, who was in the sphere, had used Regal Propria's golden token to defeat the three heavenly venerables talismans before finally succeeding. If it had been anyone else, even if it had been Jingxiu or someone of a higher level, they would not have been able to obtain anything from Do 19. As soon as Glyph Sha obtained the Great Emperor's divine weapon and the Imperial gourd, he had hidden himself, making it impossible for Do 19 to find them. His divine will was also constantly communicating with the common people's wish sphere. He found that after his sacrifice, the sphere's power and the heavenly demon tree's own power had increased a lot. The power inside the sphere was almost full, and it was no longer empty like before. The heavenly demon tree, in particular, had changed even more. After absorbing the 10,000 demon-human portrait, the tree was more than 10 people tall. Now, it was as tall as 20 people. Of course, this was because it had absorbed the souls of countless monsters formed by the blood talismans. However, the greatest nourishment was the three heavenly venerables talismans and the two demon god-level hands. Do 19 had worked hard in the demon domain for a month, and he had even given up the heavenly venerables talismans, which had fallen into the hands of the calming fairy department. This time he had gained a lot. The heavenly demon tree, which was as tall as 20 people, extended its branches and covered an area of several acres. At the top, a gourd condensed. That gourd was the gourd of the god punishing an immortal slaying flying knife. At this moment, the heavenly demon tree was the essence extracted from the fusion elemental energy, which was fundamentally different from the vampiric demon vine. If this gourd was condensed, it would be extremely powerful, although it could not compare to the real one from the primordial chaos tree. As the heavenly demon tree matured over time, it would not be strange for the flying knife in the gourd to be able to harm a true god. The longer this gourd was nurtured, the more powerful it would be. Many great sages of the demon race refined the heavenly demon tree in ancient times, but they all met with calamities. Until now, I have never heard of a heavenly demon tree appearing in this world. Glyph thought to himself, in the future, I can search for the remains of the heavenly demon tree, which can speed up its growth by 1,000 times. However, the heavenly demon tree is a wondrous object in this world. Once it is born, there will be endless calamities. I wonder if we can withstand them? He hid and fused his divine general of common life with the great emperor's divine weapon while observing the changes of the great emperor's divine weapon and the heavenly demon tree. Every time the heavenly demon tree grew a little, he would receive many memory fragments left behind by the ancient sages of the demon race. This allowed him to accumulate enough resources in his sea of consciousness. Heaven and earth change, sun and moon lawless, Khanate realm, ghostly dragon. Glyph sent his Dan Shi into the imperial gourd and fled far away, observing Do 19's thunderous expression. At this time, Do 19 should not have realized that he was the culprit. Who is it? He must die. Do you think I can't divine it? Scoundrel. At this time, Do 19 activated his magic power, and a huge mirror appeared in front of him. There were many scenes and many things that happened on it, and they were all changing rapidly. Chapter 437. The ball of light was like a mirror, constantly calculating. But every time he reached a critical moment, the mirror would turn blurry, unable to show what had happened. An expert, it's definitely an expert, to be able to hide from the heavens. Just who is it? Could it be the calm, immortal Bureau? Do 19 stopped calculating. But the calm, immortal Bureau doesn't have anyone stronger than me. Maybe it's Chong Wei-Yong from the Cosmos Profound Gate, or some exiled immortal expert from the Devil Domain. After calculating for half a day and exhausting a lot of his magic power, Do 19 basically had no results. His heart was pounding with rage, but there was nothing he could do. He had lost his life-saving talisman, a jade pendant, and the sovereign Tao gourd and heavenly weapon. His strength had dropped a lot, and if he met another expert of the devil god level, he would be in danger. Of course, he still had many trump cards, but he couldn't use them all. That would put him in great danger. Let's see how this Do 19 is doing. Glyph guessed. He has lost the sovereign Tao gourd and heavenly weapon. It's not realistic for him to kill the devil beasts in the devil domain again. Of course, he can also split out many incarnations to kill the devil beasts. Their speed isn't slow, but there are many dangers. If his main body split out so many incarnations, his magic power would be insufficient, and it would be very unwise in the devil domain. Glyph was still not prepared to act. He was very patient. This time, he had gained a huge advantage. He had obtained enough resources, so he wasn't in a hurry. If he could suppress Do 19 in a battle of wits and courage, then it would show that his intelligence and strength were superior to Do 19's in all areas. He was the 19th son of the heavenly talisman emperor, and Do 19 was the 19th son of the victorious battle heavenly venerate. The two of them could be said to have clashed in the unseen world. They had to fight to determine the victor. Glyph had a huge advantage in the first round. He calmed down and waited patiently for the second opportunity. Whoosh! At this time, Do 19 thought for a while and put away the sacrificial altar. He no longer killed the devil beasts, but flew deeper into the devil domain. After another hour, he arrived at an ancient and abandoned demon palace. There were thick, dark iron pillars everywhere, and there were also huge stones carved with all kinds of demon god statues. There were no valuable treasures here. In the many years of history, even if there were treasures, they would have been plundered by the experts of the demon race. This kind of abandoned demon palace could be found everywhere in the demon domain, and it was not rare at all. The demon domain had a very long history, and the battles were also very intense. There were powerful experts who established demon palaces, and they flourished for a period of time. But in the blink of an eye, they were all killed by others. Time passed very quickly in the fiend race. Even demon god-level experts were in danger of dying. Because of this, there were also experts among the devil race who comprehended the mysteries of time. Clipchamp had entered the demon domain many times and found that the demon race's ordinary monsters were very complicated. They had their own races and tribes, and they attacked each other and communicated with each other. There were also trading companies and some civilizations. This was similar to some of the characteristics of the nomads on the grasslands. For many years, to the people of the divine central continent, the barbarians and the grasslands were as terrifying as the fiends. Whenever they invaded, there would be carnage. By observing the lifestyle of the devil race, the trade between the tribes, and the conflicts, Clipchamp gained many insights. Do 19 stopped in the abandoned demon palace and observed the surroundings. He burned a talisman that was used to send messages. Before long, a beam of immortal light descended from a distance. It was even faster than him. The immortal light revealed a middle-aged male cultivator with jade-green eyes. He was covered in a green robe, and his entire body flickered with jade-green flames. He seemed both righteous and evil at the same time. Do 19, it's actually you. The middle-aged cultivator was alarmed when he saw Do 19. Patriarch Bishu, how have you been in the demon domain recently? Because of something back then, you offended the 6 Unity Mystic Gate and the 8 Extremities Mystic Gate. They wanted to kill you and annihilate your sect, but my brother, Do Yuan, put in a good word for you and only exiled you to the demon domain. Do 19 said, I never expected you to have a fortuitous encounter in the demon domain and raise your cultivation to your current realm. Murderous intent appeared on Patriarch Bishu's face. Back when I founded the Bishu school, it wasn't one of the 72 mystic gates of the immortal Tao. But because I obtained that treasure, I became the target of several major sections. They plotted against me, accusing me of colluding with fiendish demons and wiping out my sect. How can I ever let go of this hatred? Regardless, my elder brother saved you. It's time for you to repay him, Do 19 said. Do 19, I suspect that what happened back then was orchestrated by your elder brother, Do Yuan. And now that treasure is in Do Yuan's hands, isn't it? Patriarch Bishu sneered. Then that has nothing to do with me. Do 19 waved his hand. Simply put, do you want revenge or not? If you do, work with me. What do you say? No need. Patriarch Bishu refused flatly. I've already become the Immortal Master's disciple. When the Immortal Master leaves the demon domain, he will establish his own sect, subjugate the 72 mystic gates of the Immortal Tao, and become the master of billions of immortals. When that time comes, I will naturally have my revenge. Working with you is like asking a tiger for its skin. Immortal Master? Do 19 frowned. You really have a lot of confidence in that Immortal Master of yours? You don't even care about the 3 celestial sovereigns? Since ancient times, the 3 celestial sovereigns have been in control of the universe. No one has ever dared to defy them. How about this? If you join me, I'll definitely plead for you in front of my father and let you become his subordinate. From then on, not even the sect leaders of the 72 mystic gates would dare to disrespect you. I won't betray the Immortal Master. Besides, Do 19, you're one of Celestial Lord Victorious 19's sons. Your position isn't very high, and you're far inferior to your elder brother, Do Yuan. Why do you have to plead for me? Patriarch Bishu sneered. He didn't give Do 19 any face at all. Calm down, Do 19 said. Actually, it's not like my elder brother and I aren't on good terms. If you're angry at him and want revenge, that's exactly what I want. However, given your current level of cultivation, you probably won't be able to do anything to my elder brother. My elder brother's cultivation base is also at the saint level. The immortal master is completely capable of killing your elder brother. Patriarch Bishu flicked his sleeves. You say that the three celestial sovereigns are invincible, but they're actually cowards now. The moment the celestial talisman, the arch, appeared, they went into hiding, afraid of being killed. Do 19, I know you're full of tricks, but these tricks are like child's play in front of the immortal master. You'd better go back and cultivate for a few more days. Bishu, you'll work with me sooner or later. I'll wait for you to contact me. Do 19 frowned. His figure flashed as he left this place. Patriarch Bishu looked at his departing figure and only sneered. Whoosh! A figure landed beside him, revealing his figure. It was actually Hong Wending, who had joined the calming immortal department. Hong Wending, the immortal master asked you to join the calming immortal department. Why are you here? Patriarch Bishu asked. Although I've joined the calming immortal department, Zhuge doesn't actually trust me. I'm still in the testing phase. They're just using me to guard the altars in the demon region and kill the devil priests. They're squeezing my value dry. I haven't even come into contact with the core secrets of the calming immortal department, so I can't interfere. Of course, if the Lord of 7 Stars intelligence could be so easily deceived, then she wouldn't be called the Lord of 7 Stars, said Patriarch Bishu. The immortal master wants you to work hard. Continue working and don't slack off. Got it. Hong Wending and Patriarch Bishu discussed the matter for a moment, then left. Immortal Master? Gu Qinsha had heard a few things, but he didn't have time to think about them. Controlling Hong Wending was Zhuge Ye's doing. Gu Qinsha was in charge of tracking down Do 19 and seeing what he was up to. After leaving, Do 19 didn't linger in the demon region. Instead, he flew through the broken seal and left. During this trip to the demon region, Do 19 had suffered a crushing defeat. He couldn't accept it. Gu Qinsha knew that Do 19 was a crafty man with all sorts of identities. He was definitely up to no good. After leaving the demon region, Do 19 emerged from the broken seal in the bottomless sea of sin and flew all the way to the former capital. A few years ago, Grand Emperor Celestial Talisman had stood his ground against all opposition and built a new capital city in the wildlands outside the pass. The new capital had long since begun operating, and the imperial palace floated in the sky above the clouds. It was many times better than the original imperial palace. Because the nobility and ministers had all moved away, the former capital city was no longer as prosperous as it once was. However, this was still the place where the great Yonko had flourished. Add to that the fact that the population had increased rapidly over the past few years, and the former capital city hadn't declined. Another point was that as a node connected to the outside of the Great Wall, this was the first city to have a railway and iron train, so transportation was very convenient. The former imperial palace still had many eunuchs and palace maids stationed there as a temporary imperial residence. However, many of the important resources had been moved away. When Do 19 reached the sky above the capital city, he directly landed on the central palace. When Gu Qinsha saw the capital city that he had lived in for more than 10 years, he felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He had lived here since he was a child until the summer of the 14th year of Celestial Talisman's reign. After obtaining the Heaven's Sacrificial Talisman, he began to make a fortune and went to the border to resist the barbarians. First, he killed the 4 great demons, then stole the chaotic, demonic ape temple, established his fief, and cultivated all the way. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 years had passed, and he had finally reached the current realm. All of this seemed like yesterday, but the capital city was no longer the capital city of the past. It was both familiar and strange. Time flowed like water, never to return. This was how Gu Qinsha felt. Chapter 438. Gu Qinsha wasn't sure of Do 19's intentions, so he could only take it one step at a time. As long as Do 19 showed a flaw, he would immediately attack and take advantage of it. This way, he would weaken Do 19's strength and eventually devour him completely. In the Emperor's gourd that he had obtained, the mortal life divine general and the Emperor's heavenly soldier fused together, slowly forming a new puppet. The mortal life divine general was incomparably powerful because it was formed from the jade that sealed the Xingqiang clan. Most importantly, it was stained with the bloodline of the heavenly talisman emperor. With this as the foundation, it would fuse with the emperor's heavenly soldier's magic power. After continuous metamorphosis, it would finally transform into a special existence. Gu Chansha kept channeling his Dan Qi into the emperor's gourd to nourish these puppets, waiting for them to finally fuse together. Gradually, the 360 emperor's heavenly soldier and the 3,600 mortal life divine general fused. Their forms changed, becoming one with 3 faces. They still held 3 pointed, double-edged blades, had a vertical eye on their foreheads, and wore battle robes. However, there was an additional holy aura about them that dominated the world. Good. After the fusion, these emperors, heavenly soldier and mortal life divine general, will no longer be called their original names. I will call you the mortal life marshal. Gu Chenshan knew that after these puppets fused, their magic power would still be at the level of 22 transformations of heaven and earth, but they would be much more powerful than before. However, Gu Chen's ambition did not stop there. He wanted to advance to the level of 20 transformations of impermanence. After cultivating the quality of the heavenly Tao technique, he would pour it into the emperor's gourd and activate its mysteries so that his mortal life marshal could evolve to the highest level of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, the river of all things. Back when he was fighting Wu Dangkong, he was trapped by the river of all things and knew the intricacies of this transformation. My own strength has already reached its peak. It will be difficult to improve further unless I comprehend the most crucial step and cultivate magic power. If I want to increase my combat power, I can only spend time on puppets. The great emperor's heavenly soldier and the common people's divine general had yet to merge. Once they merged and became the common people's general, Gu Chen's strength would increase by at least several times. He would then have the confidence to fight Jing Xiu. Of course, the premise was that Jing Xiu couldn't comprehend the 26 transformations. All techniques return to one. After Do 19 landed in the Imperial Palace, he walked and stopped as if he was looking for something. After walking for an hour and looking around most of the Imperial Palace, he did not find anything strange. Gu Qinsha also followed behind. While stealthily hiding, he revisited old places. There were some guards in the palace, but the strongest were only at the 2nd or 3rd transformation of Tao Realm. How could they notice a celestial like Do 19? Suddenly, Do 19 entered a courtyard that had been abandoned for a long time at the edge of the palace. No one had taken care of the courtyard, and the weeds had grown to the height of a person. Not far away, the forest was even darker, with weasels, snakes, badgers, hedgehogs, porcupines, pheasants, wild ducks, and many other animals roaming about. Gu Chensha had a strange feeling in his heart, because this small courtyard was where he had lived for 14 years. Back then, he had spent his youth here. He was very familiar with every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, every tree. His godson and he depended on each other here. They slowly lay low and then rose into the sky. Now, his godson had reached Tao Realm Transformation 10, and he himself had become a genius. He had become a pillar of the calming celestial sector and controlled a giant business group. He could casually transfer hundreds of thousands and even millions. He was much more powerful than some ministers and ministers. He also started to participate in the battle between gods and saints. He had seen many strong existences and people who dominated the world. Thinking back to the past, how could he have expected all of this? Just 9 years had passed. 1 year was like spring and autumn. 10 years were like spring and autumn. After returning to his courtyard, Gu Chensha truly felt the secrets of time. Things were the same, but people were different. Life and death were like a waterfall that couldn't be stopped. Many of the auras in his body started to move. There were actually signs of him breaking through. I didn't expect this to be a form of cultivation. Gu Chensha was delighted. Do 19 looked at the broken courtyard and seemed to be searching for something. but there was nothing here. He searched for half a day and didn't find anything. However, Do 19 didn't leave. The decree should have appeared here for the first time. It first fell into Glyph's hands, causing his cultivation to increase. Then, for some reason, it fell into Wu Dongkong's hands? Do 19 muttered to himself, "If I grasp the mysteries within, I might be able to obtain more secrets." This is the place where the talisman first appeared. In the river of time, this place will become the true point of change. Since that is the case, then I can grab hold of some opportunities. Do 19 smiled. His smile was really dark and sunken like he had made up his mind. He sat down in the courtyard, and his body suddenly moved. He turned into a mirror, and the situation in the courtyard was reflected in the mirror. But as the mirror spun, the courtyard's time actually flowed backwards. The wild grass in the mirror started to shrink and slowly turn back. This was time rewinding. Day by day, month by month, they went backwards. Glyph hid and saw that the mirror was actually rewinding everything that had happened in the courtyard over the years. This time, Do 19 had used all his strength without holding anything back. He actually had such a powerful mystique. Amazing. This is reflect the past, turn back time. Compared to this mystique, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth is nothing. I want to see if this Do 19 can turn back time to 9 years ago when I obtained the decree. He wants to know this. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he can change the past? If he really had mystiques, the 3 celestial venerables would already be stronger than the heavenly Tao laws. But in a few centuries, what happened in the courtyard 9 years ago will definitely become a major event. It will mark the beginning of a turning point in history. Glyph guessed. Do 19's plan in the demon realm has already failed, but I can't see what he's trying to do here. The time in the mirror rewound very quickly. A few hours later, a few years had passed. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. Glyph nodded inwardly. This is the most crucial moment. Just as the mirror was about to rewind time to 9 years ago, it suddenly became blurry, and he could no longer divine any further. Based on the cultivation of the undying body, he could divine things that had happened hundreds of years ago, or even hundreds of years ago. It could be said that he knew 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. The stronger one's magic power and the higher one's cultivation level, the longer the time needed to calculate. For example, a person who had just mastered the 23 transformations, past reflection, would only be able to calculate what had happened in the past few months or at most a year. Whoosh! Do 19 stopped his divination, and a furious expression appeared on his face. Damn it! Although I couldn't divine that scene, based on my aura and senses, I should know that the person who stole my imperial gourd, the Emperor's heavenly weapon, and the blood gourd was undoubtedly this person. Damn it! All of you from the calm, immortal bureau should die. This Do 19 discovered that it was me? I just divined here for a while. How is it so magical? Glyph could not understand. It seems that I have not fully comprehended the mysteries of the circulation of magic power. This Do 19 thinks that I am an enemy, and he will definitely not let me go. He will definitely take revenge, so I have to be careful. He divined here for a while longer, but he still could not divine what had happened here 9 years ago. He waved his sleeves and left the small courtyard. Glyph looked deeply at the courtyard that he had lived in for 14 years, and then he left. Yesterday must not be left behind. He seemed to have grasped the mysteries of time. Do 19 left the small courtyard, and he was still looking for something in the old palace. In the end, he found his way to the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's Palace. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor's Palace was very small. It was just an ordinary room, and it had a very small bed. It was not even comparable to a normal person's bedroom. Do 19 walked in with a frown on his face. This bed was very small, and it could barely accommodate a person's body. Those who were slightly taller would feel extremely restricted, and it would be difficult for them to spread out. But as time passed, they felt that this small bed was like a point condensed from the primordial chaos before the universe exploded. Just this small space was enough to envelop the entire universe. Do 19's body trembled as he retreated. There was fear in his eyes. This is just a small bed that Gu Taxian used to live in. Just by looking at it, it's already so powerful. If I continue divining here, it's very likely that my cultivation would go berserk and I would die. Seems like I have to change my plans. As he spoke, he left the royal capital. This time around, Gu Chensha didn't leave with Do 19. Instead, he entered the small bed and sat down cross-legged, trying to comprehend the profundities within. Right now, his greatest reliance wasn't the various divine arts he had learned, nor was it the life's wish sphere. It wasn't even his comprehension. Rather, it was the bloodline of the heavenly talisman emperor in his body. This bloodline had already appeared twice, and each time it appeared, it brought with it a supreme might that could crush everything. The bloodlines of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and North Star couldn't even withstand a single strike. However, even he couldn't control this bloodline. If he could control this bloodline and make it move according to his will, many cultivation bottlenecks would be easily solved. Do 19 didn't dare to continue divining in this room. There was definitely the aura of the heavenly talisman emperor there. Gu Chensha wanted to comprehend it as well. If he could summon the bloodline in his body at any time, his gains would be immense. After sitting down, Gu Chensha immersed his heart and soul into the room. Gradually, he felt the same as Do 19, as though this small bed was the center of the universe. Chapter 439. Gu Chensha used the Great Massacre God technique to comprehend it carefully. His current potential was already that of a natural saint, and he had activated the Heavenly Talisman Emperor bloodline twice, allowing him to reach that level. He had also slowly gained some understanding of the Great Massacre God technique and was no longer clueless about it like before. The first method of the Great Massacre God technique was to comprehend the nodes of the infinite dimensions of the universe and understand all sorts of formulas to harmonize the energy of the dimensions and mix them together to evolve endless wondrous uses. Once one cultivated this technique, even if one was at the first or second transformation of the Tao realm, one would be able to mix with celestial chi and absorb it into one's body to strengthen one's body and even expand one's mind acupoints. Of course, this was just the most basic method of the Great Massacre God technique and could be said to be a beginner's technique. The true profoundness of the mind was to manipulate the heavens and break all laws with a single word. One could control all Daos and do as one pleased and was almost omnipotent. Gu Chensha had only just started. He circulated his spirit and will, circulating the most basic method of the Great Massacre divine art. He sensed the location of the bloodline hidden in the many-dimensional nodes in his body that Xing Qiongshi had mentioned. I seem to have grasped something. Gu Chensha comprehended this place and felt that this small bed seemed to be the node of countless dimensions in the divine land and even the land of infinity. It seemed to be just right to use this bed as a metaphor for the node on his body. Gu Chensha's thoughts spread out and he flew into the sky. His thoughts came to the sky above the old palace, and he seemed to see the structure of the entire divine land. On the surface, the divine land was divided into many states, and the shape was not very regular. It could be said to be vast, but compared to the wilderness, East Wilderness, and ocean, it seemed a little small. But he realized that the divine land contained many secrets. It wasn't just a land, but many key points of the universe. Simply put, it was a transportation hub of the universe. Whoever could take control of the divine land and establish a country would have great luck. Inexorably, they would obtain many immeasurable benefits. The divine land was a key point, and the bed in the palace was also a key point. Was there a key point in the depths of his body? The three of them resonated with each other, and Gu Chensha seemed to understand a lot. He seemed to have faintly sensed the bloodline in the node of his body. However, he was still unable to summon it. He still lacked some sort of comprehension. If he could summon it at any time, his aptitude would probably increase even further. A full month later, he opened his eyes and began to breathe in and out. His body shrank down into dust and disappeared. He had caught hold of Do 19's aura. This person would not be able to escape. He had gained a lot from this comprehension. It was equivalent to him seeing the huge treasure hidden in his body. Although he couldn't obtain it for now, he still saw it. This was equivalent to a person discovering that there were tons of gold hidden in his warehouse. He could see it through the window, but he couldn't find the key to the warehouse and couldn't take it out for the time being. In the past, he couldn't even see the bloodline in his body. It seems like the day of the bloodline awakening is just around the corner. Glyph caught hold of Do 19's aura and discovered that he was still in the old capital city. That's the address of the Scenic Martial Merchant Association? No, it should be the Clearsky Merchant Guild now. The Jing family has nothing to do with it. Glyph looked at the Merchant Guild. It had also built tall buildings, richly ornamented and majestic. There were even pearls on the roofs that illuminated day and night. The Clearsky Merchant Guild seemed to have become the symbol of the city. In the past year, because the Immortal Tranquility Department had refined the Heavenly Demon Tree, the Bujo Palace and Dragon's Gate had been absorbed. The common people's wish sphere had turned into endless yellow sand, and all its vitality had been stolen. As a result, it couldn't produce the Minor Star Huandon, Major Star Huandon, Star Soldier Sword, and Star Soldier Armor. This caused a shortage, and the Clearsky Merchant Guild quickly took over the market share. Even Honyun Games and the National Fortune Party took advantage of the situation and began to divide the market. However, Glyph wasn't worried. The Heavenly Demon Tree had already begun to grow. After Zhuge Ye improved it and provided it with the Human Dragon Pill, Human Dragon Sword, and Human Dragon Armor, everyone in the world, including the mystical sects, would definitely flock to it. Even the aristocratic families couldn't resist this. He turned into dust and descended, directly entering the Clearsky Merchant Guild based on Do 19's aura. Glyph immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of Wu Dankong. Two people sat in a room. One of them was shockingly Do 19, and the other was Wu Dankong. The two of them had somehow managed to pull some strings together. Glyph frowned. Wu Dankong was ambitious to begin with, and Do 19 had many tricks up his sleeve. Not even a god could kill him. If the two of them joined forces, they would pose quite a threat to the Immortal Tranquility Department. Do 19, I didn't think you'd come looking for me here. What's the matter? You're the son of a celestial sovereign, and you've established the Everlasting Extermination Alliance. You're an adjudicator of the Immortal Tao, and I'm the regent of the Imperial Court. You and I are enemies. Wu Dankong looked at Do 19 calmly, as if he wanted something. We aren't enemies, we are friends. Moreover, we have a common enemy, which is Gu Taxian and his Immortal Tranquility Department. Do 19 tempted him. Look, these are the pills, swords, and armor I bought from the Immortal Tranquility Department. They're the newest ones. Do 19 wiped his hand, and a bean-sized pill, armor, and sword appeared in front of him. Human Dragon Pill, Human Dragon Armor, Human Dragon Sword. Do 19 said towards the three treasures. Naturally, these three are useless to us, but to normal people, even those at 7 or 8 Transformation Tao realm, they are useful. It seems like Immortal Tranquility Department's Heaven Demon Tree has really succeeded. Once these three items are released, your merchant association won't be able to turn the situation around. The people, even the Celestial Path, will go crazy. Even I want to buy many of them to nurture my subordinates. Wu Dankong frowned deeply. She also knew how important this matter was. Recently, Jean Suebois of the Calming Immortal Division held several demonstration meetings, inviting aristocratic families, Immortal Tao profound sects, and people from all types of powers to watch the release of the Calming Immortal Division's 3-piece set. In the end, on the day of the release, the wondrous effects were displayed, blowing up the entire world. On that day, many aristocratic families and Celestial Path sects paid money and treasures to reserve the 3 items. When Glyph heard this, he realized that many things had happened in the month he cultivated. Immortal Tranquility Department seemed to have started to fight back in terms of business. Jean Suebois was in charge of all of this. I have thought about it, and only if we work together can we deal with Immortal Tranquility Department. Do 19 said, the Tranquil Immortal Department has been developing too swiftly and violently recently, and it's a ghastly sight to behold. If we don't deal them a heavy blow and injure their vitality, causing them to be unable to recover from this setback, I'm afraid that we'll all die at their hands in a few years. Do you have any good suggestions? Wu Dangkong asked. Very simple. I know that the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman is on you. You are in existence with the will of the heavens, so I want to borrow the talisman or some other things from you. Do 19 said directly. The news of Wu Dangkong having the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman had spread out. In the past, Gu Chansha had used this news to gain many benefits from Gu Tanjian. You want to perform a sacrifice? That is possible, but what do you want to get? Wu Dangkong's eyes darted around. She already knew that the Celestial Talisman Emperor had twisted the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman's decree. No matter what was sacrificed, Gu Chansha would get half of it. Only she, the higher-ups of the Immortal Tranquility Department, and the Xingqiang clan knew about this. Naturally, Wu Dangkong wouldn't tell Do 19 this secret. In truth, she was also thinking of a way to restore the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman Emperor's decree. That way, she could have the talisman for herself. But there was nothing she could do now. She hated Gu Chansha to the bone. I want to carry out the ancient great god-sealing ceremony and obtain a divine seat. Do 19 said, only then can I quickly resist the Immortal Tranquility Department. The great god-sealing ceremony? Wu Dangkong looked at Do 19 as if she were looking at an idiot. Do you know that the great god-sealing ceremony is a ceremony in which the ancient Emperor of Heaven united the world? Once the world truly submitted to him, he gathered his subjects and offered sacrifices to the heavenly Tao. It took decades, or even centuries, for the nation's fate to be conferred a divine seat. If I do that, I will immediately die and my Tao vanish as if I'm a traitor. Naturally, I have a series of plans. A sinister smile appeared on Do 19's face. You probably don't know yet, but I have planted a group of people who will listen to my orders among the officials of the world. You probably don't know, but I even have people under your command, not to mention Gu Tanjian and Crown Prince Gu Xiansha. Crown Prince Gu Xiansha belongs to the three great heavenly venerables, right? Wu Dangkong was secretly alarmed. He definitely had to do a thorough investigation when he returned. Gu Xiansha belongs to the primordial heavenly venerables faction. He can also be considered an enemy of mine. Do 19 revealed a piece of information. The three great heavenly venerables weren't completely united. Their subordinates fought each other and had their own ideas. This was unavoidable. Even a family clan would have internal strife, let alone such a huge system. Even the three great heavenly venerables couldn't change this problem. The Immortal Tranquility Department was fine now, but as time passed, there would definitely be internal strife. If the second and third-rate profound immortal sects that had submitted to them were included, the internal strife would actually be very serious. In short, if you want to hold the great god investiture ceremony and obtain a deity's seat, I can't do it. Although the nation's luck is flourishing now, far surpassing that of the ancient era, there is actually a huge drawback. That is, the heavenly Tao will send down calamities. If you hold such a ceremony, you might be spurned by the heavenly Tao. You won't obtain a deity's seat, and instead, some terrifying things will descend. Wu Dangkong had many plans in his heart. Moreover, even if I can hold such a ceremony, what will I get if I help you ascend to a deity's seat? What a joke. What do you have to exchange for this deity's seat? Chapter 440. Ha ha! Wu Dangkong laughed and looked at Do 19 mockingly. Do 19, you're too naive. You want me to take such a huge risk just for such a small benefit? Do you think the three heavenly sovereigns can scare me? The ignorant are fearless. Do 19 sneered. You don't know how terrifying the three heavenly sovereigns are. To be honest, even a few of my father's outstanding disciples and senior brothers could wipe out your Wu clan. You can't even look after yourselves. I already know that Xing Qiongshi has appeared and broken the seal. He'll soon regain his strength, and he's even more terrifying than before. He's comprehended the boundless mysteries of tribulations. What are you going to do now? Wu Dangkong didn't care about Do 19's threat. You've seen Xing Qiongshi? Do 19's expression changed. Of course. Wu Dangkong waved his hand slightly, and a murderous aura condensed. Faint, ghostly wails could be heard from within. Xing Qiongshi's witchcraft curse-devouring technique? Do 19's expression grew uglier. So, Do 19, don't think that I have the Wu clan behind me. Wu Dangkong smiled proudly. Furthermore, our Wu clan still has a lot of resources. You won't be able to understand the true core profoundness of them. Actually, for so many years, although the mystical immortal Tao sect respects the three heavenly sovereigns as their leaders, in reality, many people hate them to the bone. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at how many female disciples of the mystical immortal Tao sect have been harmed by you, Do 19. Even after being exposed, those sect masters didn't dare to punish you because you're heavenly sovereign victorious son. But this resentment has already accumulated. I dare say that at least half of the sect masters in the profound immortal Tao sects want you dead. Do 19's eyes flashed with killing intent. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. These people are tired of living. Instead of enjoying the good years of immortals, they dare to challenge the authority of the three heavenly sovereigns. It looks like the Tai Mystic Sect, the Cosmos Mystic Sect, and the Sky Dance Mystic Sect are close to the calming immortal department. I'm afraid you can't do that with your strength. How about it? Do 19, you've shown that I have the right to negotiate with you. Wu Dangkong said, I have the Xing Qiong clan behind me, and I even have the support of the Wu clan. I've also contacted many other factions. If you want to cooperate with me, then you have to show enough sincerity. Actually, I'll tell you the truth. I won't join any faction. If I'm willing, I can join Gu Taxian wholeheartedly. Wouldn't I be more powerful than the three great heavenly venerables? How do you want to cooperate? Do 19 knew that he probably couldn't deal with Wu Dangkong. It's very simple. Bring out your magic treasures and various treasures to support our Clearski Trade Association's development. Wu Dangkong said, let's work together for the time being to suppress the business of the Celestial Pacification Department among the people. I've never worked with you before, so I don't know what your character is like. You have to cooperate step by step with mutual benefit. Only then can you build trust. In any case, your character in the Immortal Tao Profound sect is very bad. I have to be careful. No one has ever dared to say something like that in front of me. Do 19 was filled with killing intent. What? You want to fight me? Do you really think the three great heavenly venerables can protect you? Wu Dangkong said, as long as I divulge a little information to the Xing Qiong clan, how many pieces do you think you'll be torn into? Or will you wish you were dead? Good, very good. Do 19 also knew that the situation was grim. The Xing Qiong clan had come out, and the three great heavenly venerables he hated the most might really kill him. It seems like I have to change my way of thinking. I will definitely cooperate with you. In a while, I will send my subordinates over to negotiate with your Clearski Trade Association. How about we first set up a joint trade association in the Precious Jade Nation? I know that the Precious Jade Nation is completely controlled by the Celestial Pacification Department, and all the jade resources are monopolized. This is a huge piece of juicy meat. Your Clearski Trade Association won't be able to interfere, right? Do you have a way? Wu Dangkong's eyes lit up. Naturally, Do 19 said. Our first step of cooperation will start in the Precious Jade Nation. The two of them discussed for a while, and then Do 19 left again. Wu Dangkong watched as Do 19 left, and a sneer appeared on his face. This person is cunning and definitely not trustworthy. However, I can use someone else to do my dirty work. However, this is an extremely dangerous blade, and it can easily hurt myself. If I hadn't used the Xing Qiong clan to scare him, I'm afraid he would have attacked me again. Gu Qinsha heard this, and this was within his expectations. Wu Dangkong and Do 19's cooperation was like asking a tiger for its skin and it definitely wouldn't last long. Wu Dangkong coveted the treasures on Do 19, and Do 19 coveted the heavenly sacrifice decree. He left, still following Do 19. After Do 19 left, he didn't fly in the divine continent, but instead headed northwest. He was actually heading toward the desert. Could it be that he's going to find Jing Xiao? Gu Qinsha thought. Just like that, they flew into the depths of the desert. As they advanced, they passed through the boundless desert and finally arrived at the territory of the Holy Sama Empire. This was like revisiting an old place, and Gu Qinsha discovered that the Sama Empire's oases had expanded a lot. Deep in the desert, many rivers had been dug. These were man-made rivers, and the riverbeds were made of large stones mixed with rubber, which were very sturdy. This was also the construction method of the Sama Empire. Prosperity, strong troops, united hearts, and united hearts. They all believed in Jing Qiao as their god, and the only god at that. Gu Qinsha knew that in the desert, this kind of state, where politics and religion were united, where divine power was supreme, was more explosive and cohesive than a structure where the people were enlightened. The environment in the desert was harsh, and people had to be united to anesthetize them. However, as the empire expanded, it would eventually become like the Great Yonko. Otherwise, the country wouldn't be able to produce true experts. However, this was something that would happen many years later. The Sama Empire was far from reaching its peak and needed to transform. Although the transformation of the empire was a key point, as long as the transformation was successful, it would rise to a whole new level. After arriving in the Sama Empire, Do 19 flew straight to the imperial city and landed in a mansion. In the mansion, Gu Qinsha sensed Jing Fanqing's aura. It seemed that Do 19 was also looking for Jing Fanqing, but he didn't show himself. Instead, he was watching. At this time, Jing Fanqing was in front of an exotic table, writing at great speed. His body was still very weak. He didn't have any skills, and he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Fortunately, there were people waiting on him outside, and he was enjoying wealth. After all, Jing Qiao was the god of the Sama Empire. Jing Fanqing is writing his ideas for governing the country. He is also compiling a big book using the language created by Jing Qiao of the Sama Empire. When Gu Qinsha saw what Jing Fanqing had written, he realized that he already had some experience in the elaboration of the way of governing a country. Although he was weak and had no strength at all, and even an ordinary warrior could kill him, in terms of recuperation, he had truly been reborn. Jing Qiao wanted Jing Fanqing to understand the divergent through governing the country. Gu Qinsha had originally thought that this was possible, but the more profound his cultivation became, the more he felt that it was child's play. It was impossible. If the divergent was so easy to understand, then there would be divergent everywhere. Jing Qiao had created such a huge empire, but he was still far from being a divergent. The true divergent was Chang Weiyang, whom Gu Qinsha had met, and Emperor Wu. They were truly earth-shattering figures, especially Emperor Wu, who had single-handedly unified the divine continent and established an unprecedentedly prosperous court. It wasn't strange for such a person to understand the way of the divergent. Even so, Emperor Wu hadn't truly understood the way of the divergent. He should have comprehended 90% of the divergent, and there was still 10% that hadn't changed. Other than that, Gu Qinsha only saw that the Xingqiong clan was the divergent. It was still too early for Jing Qiao to understand the divergent. As for Jing Fanqing, he had no hope at all. If nothing unexpected happened, he could only live for 3 more years. Jing Fanqing, you really treat yourself as a normal person. Do 19 looked at him for a while and suddenly appeared. Who? Jing Fanqing stared blankly, frightened. He quickly breathed in and out a few times, unexpectedly too weak to even stand up to the wind. His blood surged. So weak. Is he still that top genius from heaven and earth sect? Do 19 injected some essence energy into Jing Fanqing's body to stabilize him. Originally, with Do 19's cultivation, A simple infusion of vital qi was enough to turn the weak fool into a martial arts grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to approach the Tao realm. However, he felt that if he slightly strengthened Jing Fanxing's cultivation, Jing Fanxing would not be able to withstand it and die. His body was so weak that even he did not dare to act rashly. Too weak. You've been hit by banished deity. Do 19 sighed. Coincidentally, banished deity is what I'm best at. I have many spirit medicines here and many setups that can help you recover first. But actually, the best way to recover is the sacrifice. Wu Dankong's Heaven Sacrifice Talisman uses the power of the heavenly Tao to help you recover, allowing your body to return to the state it was many years ago. Only the power of the heavenly Tao can have such divine might. I can use the power of time reversal on you alone. Do 19, why have you come to my empire? A voice rang out. Another person appeared in the room. It was Jing Xiu. You've actually reached the 10,000 techniques returned to 1 level. Do 19 was a little surprised. He could clearly see that Jing Xiu's cultivation had increased a lot. His aura was completely different. Also, you're at the peak of 10,000 techniques, return to 1. You can reach the 27 transformations at any time. Chapter 441. If becoming a divergent was that easy, I would have become one long ago. Do 19 laughed inwardly at Jing Xiu's arrogance. Jing Xiu, do you know that the 3 celestial sovereigns have saints and gods as their subordinates, but not a single divergent? Could it be that you're even stronger than my senior brothers? The path of divergence lies in the mortal world in the central plains. Jing Xiu looked at Do 19. You still don't understand this. Ever since you were born, you've only interacted with flying existences that can pierce through space and time. You've never interacted with the insignificant commoners. In order to survive, they toil all day, their lives fleeting like ants. Yet the true meaning of life lies within them. The mysteries of life are often hidden within the lowliest of existences. Lowly existences are not meaningless, or they wouldn't have been born. I've heard this logic many times. Do 19 waved his hand. It seems you've comprehended something, but that can wait until you become a divergent. I've come here today to work with you to deal with the Calming Immortal Department. The Calming Immortal Department is already established. They won't be that easy to deal with. Jing Xiu looked around. Although I've been wholeheartedly building up the Sama Empire, I also have clones hidden within the Immortal Tao and know a lot of information. According to what I know, the Calming Immortal Department has recently clashed with the Simians. They actually plotted against the 3 gods, the 1,000 Transformation Stone Ape, the Yin-Yang Ghost Ape, and the Adamantine Fighting Ape. They took away the Simians' most important myriad demon human transformation painting. Since ancient times, the Simians have relied on this painting to gain intelligence, allowing the new generation of their race to far surpass the other demons. But without this painting, they'll probably gradually decline. And the Calming Immortal Department's Heavenly Demon Tree has fused with this painting. In the future, it might even surpass the Heavenly Demon Tree refined by many demons throughout history. If the Calming Immortal Department was so easy to deal with, why would I come looking for you? Do 19 gritted his teeth in hatred when he thought about how he'd lost the Imperial Gourd and 360 Emperor's heavenly weapons. In addition, he'd also lost his life-saving talisman and a life-saving jade pendant. The talisman and jade pendant were both treasures that could block a single blow from a god. Even he felt pained by such a loss. It was especially so for the Imperial Gourd and the Great Emperor's heavenly soldier. They were extremely rare and difficult to refine. It could be said that even the puppets of the Black Heaven and Earth sect were not as powerful. Every great emperor's heavenly soldier was an expert of the 22 transformations of the heavenly law phenomenon of the Vajra art quality. In the mystic immortal Tao sects, experts at the 22 transformations of Tao realm, manifestations of heaven and earth, were definitely the kind of grand elders who could dominate a region and become the leader of a faction in the sect. As for puppets, it was very difficult to create such a level. Unless one obtained some heavenly treasures and spent hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work, a god-level expert would slowly create one, such as the celestial soldier of the sacred dragon. However, even the sacred dragon celestial weapon was far inferior to a great emperor's celestial weapon. For example, the divine general of life that Guchan Sha had refined was originally a celestial soldier of the sacred dragon celestial weapon. Later, the divine general of life was absorbed by the heavenly demon tree, and he had to refine it again. That was the jade stone that sealed the Xingqiang clan. This jade stone was jointly refined by many ancient emperors and 3 heavenly venerables. In terms of materials, it was rare in the world. Even so, this material was stained with the bloodline of the heavenly talisman emperor, which allowed it to transform into magic power. This was also the quality of the Vajra art. From this, one could see how powerful the materials used to refine these puppets were. Not to mention, the imperial gore that nurtured the great emperor's heavenly soldier itself was also a unique treasure. Who knew how much emperor's energy had been fused into it, and it was second only to the emperor's energy. Every time he thought about losing these great emperor's heavenly soldiers, Do 19 felt his heart ache. It was like a piece of flesh had been cut off from his body. Therefore, he had to incite people to resist the calming immortal department and take back the great emperor's heavenly soldier and imperial gourd. With his current strength, he couldn't resist the calming immortal department. Moreover, the calming immortal department had Zhuge, who seemed to have everything planned out. Many of Do 19's methods, such as concealment, infiltration, and subversion, were useless against the calming immortal department. In the past, he had relied on the ability of the transformation fruit to stir up huge waves in the profound gate of the immortal Tao. Although he hadn't succeeded, he had stirred up a storm. The calming immortal department has great fortune, and we can't plot against it right now. Just look at the ape race. The Yin-Yang ghost apes are more intelligent than us, and the 3 divine apes are also stronger than us. They even have Li Wanlong supporting them, but they still suffered a crushing defeat. Jing Xiu said, "I've already acted once, and I was suppressed. I suffered heavy losses, and now I have to leave the Central Divine Prefecture to rest and recuperate. But if you want to deal with the calming immortal department, I can help you, but you have to give me enough in return." "What kind of return?" Do 19 asked. "I know that you have many treasures on you, including the Imperial Tao Gourd and the Emperor's Heavenly Weapon. They are excellent tools for construction. I'm establishing a desert empire, and I need to build a large number of cities, as well as a large number of people. It's too slow to rely on my own power. So I need the Emperor's Heavenly Weapon to help me go deeper into the desert and capture more aboriginals. At the same time, I can build oases in the desert. What do you say?" Jing Xiu was completely focused on building his empire, and he seemed to sense some sort of benefit. Gu Chansha, who was hiding outside, felt like the faith of the entire empire was pouring into him, giving him immense power. That was why Jing Xiu's cultivation had progressed so quickly. You've already reached the peak of all magics return to one. You can create many incarnations, and you can do the same thing. Do 19 naturally wouldn't say that he had been preparing a sacrifice in the demon realm, but that he had been tricked by the calming immortal department, and had suffered a crushing defeat, losing the Imperial Tao Gourd and the Emperor's Heavenly Weapon. If he told Jing Xiu about this, he would feel completely useless. "First, I need to focus all my energy on the 27 transformations of seamless space. I can't afford to be distracted, and I need to focus all my energy. If I create an incarnation, I won't be able to successfully understand the secrets of space. Second, I need to build an oasis in the desert, and I need to constantly maintain it, respond to the prayers of the people, pray for rain, judge, punish, and issue oracles. I need puppets to help me with this. Once the empire expands, even if I have 10 million incarnations, I'll still be exhausted. That's why I need to create puppets and turn them into divine emissaries to run the empire and the religion." Jing Xiu looked deeply at Do 19 and said something else. "Do 19, I know you understand this too. Your Emperor's Gourd of Imperial Tao has collected an endless amount of Emperor's Qi. In fact, it infiltrated the various great sects of the immortal Tao and absorbed the Emperor's Qi from the mortal kingdoms the immortal Tao sects created. In the end, it was infused into the Emperor's heavenly weapon and bestowed with its intelligence. Puppets are easy to refine, but intelligence is difficult to create. The true power of a puppet lay not in its strength, but in its wisdom. Similarly, the manifestation of its wisdom lay not in its cultivation speed, but in its ability to maintain order. The ability to unite the weak and create greater value is the true core of a puppet. Perhaps when that happens, the puppet will no longer be a puppet, but a guardian of order. Do 19. There's a mistake in the core of the Emperor's heavenly weapon you're refining. If you refine it with me now, I'm absolutely confident that I'll be able to reverse the mistake, Jing Xiu said. I'd like to hear the details. Do 19's expression grew more and more serious. He knew that what Jing Xiu said was the truth. At the same time, Gu Chunsha was also secretly shocked. His Tao of nature had allowed Jing Xiu to comprehend the truth of the great Tao. The order of the world is maintained and managed by layers of superiors or officials. It's the same for the immortal Tao. It's best for all officials to be impartial and selfless, and to reward and punish in accordance with the rules. However, all officials have their own selfish motives, even gods and saints. Jing Xiu said, "That's why there's all sorts of chaos. Puppets are completely mechanical and selfless, but their intelligence can't compare to that of selfish beings. In the era of martial emperors, they also wanted to use puppets to replace officials. However, they failed. On one hand, puppets aren't intelligent enough, and on the other, they infringed on the interests of many bureaucrats and superiors. In the end, they fell short of success. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor also wanted to develop a judge magistrate, but he didn't use it in the end. So you're saying that you'll help me refine the Emperor's heavenly weapon?" Do 19 asked. "Of course. I'll let the Emperor's heavenly weapon manage my Sama holy empire, and we'll make it stronger together. We'll turn this desert into another Central Plains divine prefecture, and the power of order in the world will acknowledge us. They'll believe that we can maintain order amidst the chaos. When that happens, our achievements will be far greater than this," Jing Qiu said. "It's only a matter of time before we deal with the Celestial Commerce Department. I'll have to think about this carefully." Do 19 felt like his plans had been disrupted yet again. Jing Xiu's cultivation base was terrifying, and he had comprehended some sort of supreme principle, as well as many hidden tricks up his sleeve. Furthermore, Jing Xiu was someone who had struck a deal with the three Celestials. As for what the deal was, Do 19 had no idea. Although he was a member of one of the three Celestials and the son of a Celestial, he hadn't reached the god level yet. There were many secrets that he didn't know about. Since that's the case, why don't you stay in the Sama Empire as a guest for a while? I can already tell that you have the aura of the Archstar on your body. Clearly, you took this star by force. Unfortunately, it's difficult to refine. I can help you with that." The Emperor's aura of a violet star appeared between Jing Qiu's eyebrows. Chapter 442. Cultivation is your own business. Even if you're the son of three celestial sovereigns, you have to understand this. Otherwise, you won't have any accomplishments. Look at the celestial talisman sons. Why aren't any of them as accomplished as you? Is it because the celestial talisman isn't as good as the three celestial sovereigns? Jing Qiu seemed to be giving Do 19 some pointers. This Jing Qiu really is amazing. He's actually trying to brainwash and control Do 19, creating a kind of subconscious control over his mind. But what this guy says is also true. It's a bit amazing. I even know how to refine puppets. It seems that controlling an empire and maintaining order really is the greatest cultivation in the world. The power of order runs through heaven and earth. Even if there's a moment of chaos, things will eventually return to the right path. Order is the ultimate manifestation of the Tao. Divergents just destroy the old order and establish their own. Gu Qinsha seemed to have gained some enlightenment. Ha ha ha. Jing Xiu, are you giving me pointers? Do 19 laughed. Come to think of it, you're still my junior. I've lived for hundreds of years, while you've only lived for 100 or so. Back when I was dominating the immortal Tao, you were just a junior. There's a seniority in understanding the Tao. Jing Xiu didn't mince words. Do 19, I don't have any backers, and I was born an ordinary member of the Jing clan. But I cultivated to my current level in 100 years. If we fought, you might have many trump cards, but I'd still be able to kill you. Do you believe me? Jing Xiu, you really don't mince words. Killing intent appeared on Do 19's face. Do you know what the consequences of offending me are? Your Sama Holy Empire may seem powerful, but it's just a game played by ordinary people. Among the mystical sects of the immortal Tao, those empires are dozens of times larger than your empire, or even hundreds of times larger. This kind of game is good, but it has nothing to do with cultivation. You should know what kind of powerful existence is standing behind me. You're wrong. Jing Xiu shot down Do 19's words. I'm far more important to the 3 celestial sovereigns than you. If they had to choose, they'd definitely choose me, not you. A divergent is far more powerful than a natural-born saint. Jing Xiu, you are really too arrogant. You seem to have launched a coup and wanted to overthrow the eternal dynasty. You were also this arrogant before, but a small calming immortal department destroyed you, causing your plan to fail at the last step. Also, you have not become an anomaly yet. In fact, you're not even a natural-born saint. There are plenty of people like you among my subordinates. Do 19, calm down. The calming immortal department is no small fry. It's very likely that they'll be the chosen of the heavens in the future. The Lord of 7 Stars is no small fry, either. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the 3 celestial sovereigns how important I am. Jing Xiu always had an aggressive aura. Gu Qinsha could feel the sharpness now. Jing Xiu was always overbearing, and Gu Qinsha could sense it. Gu Qinsha thought to himself, if I kill this person and seize control of the Sama Empire, then reorganize the empire and successfully transform it, there will be no need for God. Everyone will be independent and self-reliant. They will gain wisdom and establish a new order. If I succeed, I will be able to achieve great things and gain enlightenment. But this Jing Xiu is even more frightening than Do 19. I'm far from being a match for him. Do 19's power was at the 25th transformation. Jing Xiu, on the other hand, had completely fused with the Myrtle Imperial Star's profound mysteries. He had absorbed the faith power of the Sama Empire citizens and absorbed it into himself. In fact, he might even break through to the 27th transformation, seamless to, and tear open space itself. With Gu Qinsha's current strength, there was no way he could fight back. In fact, he might even be killed. So, he didn't dare to act rashly. All he could hope for was for Jing Xiu and Do 19 to fight, and both of them were injured. That would be great. But the 2 before him were both wily old foxes. It would be difficult for them to fight. Jing Xiu, you do have some tricks up your sleeve, but I need to observe you further to see if you can become a divergent. As for the matter of us cultivating the great Emperor's heavenly armament together, I'll have to think about it. Farewell. Do 19 observed for a long time. Realizing that he couldn't gain any advantage, he turned and left. Patriarch. This person is the son of the victorious fighter Celestial. He has a lot of resources. We can cooperate with him and borrow his power to increase the power of our Sama Holy Empire. Jing Fanqing coughed twice, looking very weak. Feel your body's weakness. It's a valuable experience, Jing Xiu said. Jing Xiu said, Do 19 is a typical good-for-nothing. He has caused countless troubles in the Celestial Tao, causing many experts of the Celestial Tao to hate the 3 Celestial Venerables. He is a hindrance, but he has many good treasures on him that can help you recover your strength. However, this kind of recovery is useless. You have to comprehend the realm yourself. The Tao of Divergence is almost impossible for me to comprehend. Jing Fanqing was a bit disheartened. He knew that he was far from being a match for Jing Qiu. If even Jing Qiu couldn't comprehend it, then there was no way he could. To tell the truth, it's impossible for you to comprehend divergence in 3 years. But great changes might happen in that time, and you can rise to prominence. Your destiny hasn't dissipated yet, so you'll definitely be someone important in the future. Jing Qiu said, "You've been compiling books for the empire, educating the populace, and manipulating politics. You've gained a bit of prestige. I'm going into seclusion to break through to the 27th transformation, so you'll have to take care of things on your own." With that, Jing Qiu vanished. After a while, Do 19 reappeared and looked at Jing Fanqing. "Whatever Jing Qiu wants you to comprehend, it's all fake. In your current state, you could die at any moment, but it's still very useful to me. I'll reforge you once more. This is a dragon-making pill. It can help you recover your talent and become an unparalleled genius. Gu Tanjian has this pill, and so do I." He flicked a pill into Jing Fanqing's body. Immediately, Jing Fanqing was filled with energy, and he wasn't as dispirited as before. "This is a heaven-defying, life-seizing pill." Do 19 flicked it again. "It can increase a mortal's lifespan, replenishing the hundreds of years you lost. This pill can increase the lifespan of experts below Golden Core, but it's useless for Golden Core cultivators. It's perfect for you. If you consume it normally, your lifespan will increase by 300 to 500 years." After Jing Fanqing consumed it, a strong aura spread out. Then, Do 19 slapped it, and an extremely strong power entered Jing Fanqing's body. In an instant, Jing Fanqing broke through to the Dao realm, and then the first transformation, the second transformation, the third transformation. He reached the 8th transformation of the Samadhi True Fire before stopping for a moment. But Do 19 spat out another mouthful of essence energy. In the blink of an eye, Jing Fanqing broke through the 9 transformation glass jade body and reached the 13 transformation demon devouring ghost devouring realm before he was stuck again. "All right," Do 19 said. "Now that you've reached this level, you'll need to solidify your foundation. What I'm going to teach you is the dragon-making heart technique, which I've condensed on my own. As long as you work hard on it, you'll be able to recover your previous strength, and you'll even be able to break through and start all over again. My father obtained this technique from the Dragon Gate of the Antiquity era. Jing Fanqing, if you join me, I'll teach you the real cultivation method. I, Jing Fanqing, am willing to join the 3 heaven venerables and become Do 19's disciple." Jing Fanqing knelt down and took the chance. Good, very good." Do 19 pressed his hand on Jing Fanqing's head. "I'll teach you the foundation, the dragon raising heart technique. Using this to cultivate can make up for your foundation. After that, help me do some things, and I'll teach you the real dragon making heart technique." Tell Wen Hong that the primordial dragon sect has the dragon raising heart technique, the dragon making heart technique, and the saint dragon heart technique. Gu Qinsha saw this scene and was shocked. "I obtained some of the dragon raising heart technique, but it's not complete. Even if someone cultivated it, that person would only be able to cultivate it for tens of years and would only be of superior talent. They wouldn't be able to break through to the genius realm. I didn't expect the 3 heaven venerables to have the complete dragon raising heart technique and the dragon making heart technique. If the primordial dragon sect's dragon raising heart technique was complete, it would be able to seize the power of heaven and earth. Even an idiot could become a genius by cultivating it. The dragon-making heart technique was even more amazing. It could make one an unparalleled genius. As for the Saint Dragon Heart technique, it could change one's talent to become a natural saint. These 3 heart techniques were as famous as the Son of Heaven God sealing art. However, since ancient times, the Saint Dragon Heart technique had never appeared, and the dragon-making heart technique had never appeared. Only the dragon-raising heart technique had appeared. The primordial dragon sect and the heaven sacrificial talisman were treasures of the same level. Good stuff, good stuff. Do 19 actually knows the complete dragon raising heart technique and dragon making heart technique. I must obtain this. However, he definitely wouldn't be so kind as to impart it to Jing Fanxing just like that. There must be many secrets hidden within. At this point, Gu Qiansha was desperate to capture Do 19 and force him to hand over the cultivation technique. The dragon raising heart technique and dragon making heart technique were useless to him, but they could be used as resources. Furthermore, if they were given to his subordinates to cultivate, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Basically, the various sects did not have such a supreme cultivation technique. Not to mention anything else, if any immortal Tao sect obtained the dragon-raising heart technique, their strength would increase by tens of times within a few hundred years. It was the same for the calm, immortal Bureau. Of course, it would be best if they could obtain the dragon-making heart technique. Chapter 443. Many secret arts were cursed. Even the mystic Tao sects were no exception. This was to prevent the ultimate techniques of the sects from being leaked after being obtained by their disciples. In the profound immortal Tao sect, many disciples had to swear an oath in front of the patriarch statue before they learned any cultivation methods. This oath was actually a curse. If they violated this curse, they would forget all the cultivation methods they learned. Otherwise, the arts of the mystic Tao sects would have been leaked long ago. The Department of Tranquility was also prepared to implement this method. This was necessary. The human heart was unfathomable. No one knew when a disciple would have a change of heart. Do 19 sent an unknown will into Jing Fanxing's mind, telling him many things before leaving. Gu Qiansha ignored Jing Fanxing and continued his pursuit. Even if Jing Fanxing recovered his strength, it would be useless. He would die from a single breath. The most important thing now was to obtain the dragon-nurturing art and dragon creation art from Do 19. This Do 19 doesn't dare to forcibly suppress Jing Xiao. It's clear that he no longer has any trump cards to ensure his victory. Or rather, he can't bear to use those methods. But if I force him to his limits, he can still unleash a fatal attack. It's not worth it. I have to think of a way to make him encounter danger again and use all his trump cards. Only then can I force him into a corner. Gu Qiansha suddenly thought of something. Right, Martial Emperor. After the Martial Emperor appeared, he had gone into hiding. He had threatened him before, but he was somewhat wary of the power of the common people's wish sphere. Martial Emperor had obtained the complete dragon nurturing art, but not the dragon creation art. If Martial Emperor knew about this art, he would most likely have designs on it. The dragon nurturing art was a supreme method to nurture subordinates, and the dragon creation art was even more so. If Martial Emperor wanted to regain his former glory, he had to obtain the dragon creation art. This way, he could nurture many peerless geniuses as subordinates. As long as he could nurture 1,000 or 800 peerless geniuses, his power would snowball. With Martial Emperor's methods, he could control those peerless geniuses and make them not betray him. The three heavenly venerables had long obtained the dragon creation art and nurtured their subordinates for many years. From this, it could be seen how vast their power was. Do 19 used the dragon creation pill to help Jing Fanxing regain the aptitude of an unparalleled genius. He also taught Jing Fanxing the dragon cultivation technique to strengthen his foundation. After all, the aptitude raised by pills was actually very unstable. However, he did not teach Jing Fanxing the dragon creation technique. This was tantamount to a bait, constantly hooking Jing Fanxing to do things. Do 19 then left the desert and flew back to the Central Divine Prefecture. One of the reasons Gu Qiansha was following him was to find out how many of Do 19's subordinates had infiltrated the imperial court. In recent years, the imperial court had held the imperial examination every year, and a large number of scholars had entered the imperial court to become officials. The imperial court had also been expanding its territory in the wilderness to accommodate more people and officials. The operation of the imperial court had become a mechanism. Even Wu Dangkong and Gu Qiansha could not change some of the rules. Moreover, there was also the calm, immortal department who was watching covetously like a tiger watching its prey, bringing order out of chaos. The imperial court's operations right now were extremely normal, still in a prosperous stage. But in fact, there were also hidden dangers. When a country grew bigger, there would be poisonous insects and snakes hidden in the flourishing branches. This was inevitable. A huge tree had to be constantly rebuilt and eradicated. That was exactly what the Calm Immortal Department was doing. Within the common people's wish sphere, Zhuge Yu was still refining the heavenly demon tree, divining the workings of the heavens to increase his intelligence and cultivation base. At the same time, he was also cultivating many mysterious techniques. The knowledge he had acquired was something that even the previous Lord of Seven Stars, Jiang Gongwang, couldn't compare to. Furthermore, he had broken through the 23rd transformation of the Dao realm, past reflection. After reaching this level, his control over his magic power had improved significantly. At this time, he received a lot of information from Guqinsha. He suddenly opened his eyes. Jingxiu is indeed powerful. It's about the same as my speculation. He actually improved so quickly. However, I'm afraid it's still impossible for him to become an anomaly. If it were so easy to become a divergent, then everyone in the world would be a divergent. Liu Baiwei rose to his feet. That Do 19 actually has the complete version of the dragon cultivation technique and the dragon creation technique. The Celestial Calmness Department has to get our hands on those two techniques. Why don't I join forces with Du Sha to kill Do 19? No need. Do 19 is Celestial Victorious 19 Sons, and Your Highness is His Majesty's 19 Sons. The two of them are bound to fight. It's a clash of karmic luck. If Your Highness can defeat Do 19, you'll gain a lot of karmic luck. In the future, you'll be able to avoid certain tribulations, said Zhuge Yu. Let's see how Your Highness uses the Martial Emperor to deal with Do 19. The Martial Emperor disappeared after his resurrection. No one knows where he's hiding. Why? Does Mr. Zhuge know? Asked Liu Baiwei. I divined some clues, but Your Highness definitely has an idea. But Your Highness must have an idea. After all, the Martial Emperor's resurrection was because he absorbed a third of Your Highness's bloodline. That's how he obtained the immense power and mysteries of his resurrection. There's a strong connection between him and Your Highness. As long as Your Highness doesn't hide your heavenly secrets, the Martial Emperor will know. Zhuge Yu said, this is a good plan to kill with a borrowed knife. As long as Your Highness uses it well, you'll be able to reap enough benefits between the Martial Emperor and Do 19. Guqinsha kept a close eye on Do 19 and discovered that the latter was heading to Jiangzhou in the Divine Continent. Jiangzhou was a land of fish and rice. Thousands of rivers flowed through it, and all sorts of harbors and fish ponds dotted the land. Paddy fields stretched on endlessly. Since ancient times, Jiangzhou had been known as the granary. When it came to the Yong dynasty, the imperial court increased the governance. They deepened the canals and rivers to increase the water storage capacity. They even connected many paddy fields together, vaguely forming a formation. This way, the rice planted would contain a faint amount of spiritual qi. Jiangzhou's jade spirit rice was sold all over the country. Even many overseas countries, tribes in the desert, and other peripheral forces would buy it. 20 years ago, this jade spirit rice was a food that only the nobles could enjoy. Now it was common. The nobles basically used higher-grade pills. The great nobles and aristocratic families all ate essence-enhancing pills, vitality-enhancing pills, minor star-returning pills, fire dates, and purple-green immortal peaches. Jiangzhou has been well managed for the past 10 years. The yield of grain has been increasing every year. All the schools in the country are eating jade spirit rice. Guqinsha looked at the paddy fields of Jiangzhou. They were like mirrors. The paddy fields were full of vitality. This was one of the foundations of the great Yonko court. Of course, the Tranquil Fairy Department was also planting. Many paddy fields have been opened up in the wildlands. Guqinsha, in particular, had recently seized a huge mountain range with a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the ape race and opened up a huge road. With this road as the foundation, it spread out in all directions. It could be used for planting and reclamation, and it could also provide for countless people. It didn't matter even if the population increased by several times. Guchen Shah felt that after dealing with the matter of Do 19, he would completely return to his fief. He would digest the ape tribe's construction, absorb the population, and properly manage it. At the very least, he would surpass the Sama Empire. He would use this to refine the order he was comprehending. He felt that this was the only thing that could help him comprehend more things. The life's wish sphere had finished accumulating. He had a backing, so he could peacefully build and comprehend the principles within the construction of order. Whoosh! Do 19 landed and actually headed for the governor's office in Jiangzhou. What? Could the governor of Jiangzhou be Do 19's man? Impossible. This person has been personally summoned by Father Emperor. Jiangzhou is an important granary. When a nation was founded, Father Emperor placed great importance on it and sent the governor here. The current governor, Deng Pingyuan, has been in office for 20 years. If he's Do 19's man, Father Emperor won't use him at all. Guchen Shah was shocked. Jiangzhou was an important granary. If Do 19 infiltrated it, it would be very troublesome. Although the wildlands had been developed and had become a granary even larger than Jiangzhou, Jiangzhou's soil and water had been rich since ancient times. The quality of the rice produced was excellent. The wildlands, on the other hand, had long been barren and polluted by the evil god barbarians. It would take a long time for it to become a place of great prosperity. Guchen Shah landed in the middle of Jiangzhou city. The city's planning also had a dense water network. Rivers crisscrossed and flowed through the city. The rivers were as clear as crystal, without a single drop of sewage. Generally speaking, the water network in these cities was used by the residents to discharge sewage. It was known as the sewers. However, after the Yonko, there was a great effort to renovate it. There were underground pipes for sewage to be discharged into specialized ponds to be treated and settled. Therefore, the city now had clear springs and clear waters. Fishes swam. It was a world of poetry and painting. Guchen Shah looked at the governor's office in the distance. He was standing on a windy bridge. His heart skipped a beat. Lord Martial Emperor, since you've appeared, show yourself. With your status, there's no need for you to hide. As expected, Martial Emperor silently appeared at the end of the bridge. You can sense me. Martial Emperor was slightly surprised. Chapter 444. Tao Realm 30 Transformations was called Grotto Heaven Creation and World Creation. It was basically creating a stable world in the chaotic flow of space. Note that it was a world and not space. Space had no life force and didn't have the ability to turn back time. It lacked the energy of creation. Only an independent space-time that could give birth to all things and give them spirituality was a world. Only those who could open up a world could be called a true god. However, a god had to obtain a god position in order to extend their lifespan by 10 times. This was similar to how a scholar worked hard to gain knowledge, but had to pass the imperial court's examinations to obtain titles like elementary scholar, high scholar, and high scholar. From there, one could obtain a high social status. Emperor becoming a god. In theory, it was the imperial court using the emperor's energy to help god realm experts obtain a god position. The emperor's energy was a power of order, the wish of all living beings. This power was really strong, and since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who could comprehend it. Guchen Shah had grasped some rules, and his common people heaven mending technique was close to it. Thousands of years ago, the martial emperor had been at the level of the 36 transformations, the embodiment transformation. This level far surpassed the god level and stood at the peak of the saint level. Unknowingly, he had been on the verge of a breakthrough. However, at that time, he had encountered a calamity. Now that he had made a comeback, he was stuck at the threshold of the god level. Clearly, he needed some kind of help to regain his cultivation base. Guchen Shah, compared to last time, your combat strength, cultivation, body strength, and even talent have increased by dozens of times. You actually have the talent to be a saint. However, your realm didn't increase, and you were stuck at the 19 transformations. Are you really ambitious and want to cultivate the unprecedented heaven path technique? Legend has it that once one cultivates it, one can permanently change the structure of certain materials, and it has all sorts of unbelievable uses. I don't believe that you can cultivate it. Emperor Wu took a few looks at Gu Chansha and saw many things. Gu Chansha was also clear that the quality of the heaven path technique was different from the dust technique, boulder technique, diamond technique, and true dragon technique. Once one had cultivated magical power, they would be able to turn stone into gold and change the structure of matter. For example, if a Tao Realm Transformation 20 person held a stone and injected power into it, the stone would turn into gold. But as time went on, the power would slowly dissipate and the stone would turn back into gold. The only difference between the minute dust technique, monolith technique, Vajra technique, and true dragon technique was the length of time. For example, injecting the minute dust art into a stone could only maintain the stone's golden color for an hour. The solid rock art could maintain it for 6 to 8 hours. The Vajra art could maintain it for 1 to 2 days, and the true dragon art could maintain it for 1 to 2 months, or even longer. But the heavenly Tao was different. It was a permanent change. In other words, after Gu Chansha cultivated the heavenly Tao art, he would be able to turn stone into gold, and the stone would turn into real gold, never to regress. It was precisely because of this that since ancient times, even the 3 great Empyreans and many other great existences that had disappeared in the long river of time had never been able to cultivate the heavenly Tao law. Only the heavenly Tao had the ability to change objects and never regress. Emperor Wu already understood why Gu Chansha was stuck at this point. He couldn't help but be shocked by Gu Chencha's ambition. Emperor Wu, you sense my bloodline appearing today. Are you here to deal with me and make me your subject again? Gu Chansha didn't answer Emperor Wu's question about the heavenly Tao law's quality. Instead, he asked a question. You have a secret technique to hide your aura and bloodline. Now that you have released it, I can sense it. What is your motive for luring me here? Why don't you tell me? Emperor Wu stood with his hands behind his back. He wasn't prepared to attack. I have been traveling the world and the celestial path mysterious sect. I even went to the demon region and saw the situation in the wilderness. I already know a lot of news, and the situation in the world is like the back of my hand. Your calming Xian department has been quite amazing recently. Even the 1,000 transformation stone ape, yin yang ghost ape, and diamond fighting ape were ambushed. The ape race chief and the 10 battle kings were all killed and absorbed by your heavenly demon tree. The 10,000 demon human transformation painting that I wanted has also fallen into your hands. It seems like even I can't do anything to you. What are you talking about? Gu Chansha smiled. If Emperor Wu recovers all his strength, our calming Xian department won't be your match. Speaking of which, I sense you this time, and there really is a chance for us to work together. Speak. Emperor Wu regained his dignity. Dosheng has a son called Do-19. He is in the governor's manor. His strength is only at the Tao realm 25 transformation undying body. His strength is between diamond technique and true dragon technique. I think Emperor Wu can easily deal with him. Gu Chansha said, what are the benefits? Are the 3 celestial venerables so easy to offend? Emperor Wu laughed coldly. If their son was so easy to kill, many people would have killed him and taken his secrets. Of course, not in the past, but now is a special time. Gu Chansha told him about the 3 heaven venerables capturing the Hongmeng tree. Capturing the Hongmeng tree? Emperor Wu smiled. You make it sound so amazing. The Hongmeng tree is much stronger than the prehistoric dragon sect and the heaven sacrificial talisman added together. It gave birth to many worlds and numerous Xiantian treasures. The 3 heaven venerables can't even control the prehistoric dragon sect and the heaven sacrificial talisman, so they want to capture the Hongmeng tree. Of course, there's a chance that they are just plucking some things from the Hongmeng tree. Some of the things formed on the Hongmeng tree are no weaker than the 3 heaven venerables. If the 3 of them can get it, they will become the 4 heaven venerables. That is just terrifying. Each time they locate the Hongmeng tree and obtain treasures from it, it will be really dangerous. Of course, the 3 heaven venerables have to use all their strength. But if they succeed, their strength will increase, and that will be dangerous. If my guess is correct, the 3 heaven venerables don't have an endless lifespan. They have existed since the primordial era and should have fallen long ago. This time, they might be looking for something to extend their lifespans. In short, now is the best time to kill Do 19. Gu Chunsha said he has the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra, the Dragon Creation Sutra, and many treasures on him. After capturing him, we can refine his memories. Although he has many clones outside, the Celestial Calmness Department has the Sky Shaman Curse of the ancient Xing Qiong clan. We can use his clones to curse the main body. Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra, Dragon Creation Sutra. Emperor Wu's eyes flashed. I have the complete version of the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra. Back when I entered the prehistoric dragon sect, I reached the first level and learned the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra. I didn't enter the second level and obtain the Dragon Creation Sutra. If I had grasped the Dragon Creation Sutra, the world wouldn't be like this. My subordinates wouldn't have fallen and died for my country. Back then, Emperor Wu had many experts under him, and they were all loyal and devoted. However, they couldn't stop the devil calamity. The barbarians invaded, the monsters ran amok, and the immortal Dao secretly killed them. The great empire was destroyed in a day. In any case, if we kill Do 19, the Celestial Calmness Department will rid the world of evil and obtain the complete version of the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra and the Dragon Creation Sutra. It's the same for you, Emperor Wu. You can take revenge on the 3 heavenly venerables. Martial Emperor, with your strength back then, only heavenly venerables would be able to harm you, right? Gu Chunsha tempted him again. Junior, you've calculated it well. Emperor Wu sneered. I want to unify the world and take back the empire I lost. Your Celestial Calmness Department will always be my enemy. I can capture this brat by myself. Why should I share the profits with you? That's fine. Go ahead, Emperor Wu. Gu Chunsha didn't care. My original intention was for you and Do 19 to injure each other while I took advantage of the situation. It would be best if I could suppress you as well. That would be perfect. Junior, you're quite honest. Emperor Wu was a little surprised. Do you really think I can't see through your intentions? So what if I can? Gu Chunsha didn't care. This is an open scheme. I know that your cultivation is built on the foundation of the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra and the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. You've entered the primordial Dragon Gate and comprehended the profound mysteries of this supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it's not complete. If you want to recover your strength and improve further, you must obtain the Dragon Creation Sutra. To you, the Dragon Creation Sutra is like a bowl of water to a thirsty person and a bowl of rice to a hungry person. You're right. In front of me, all schemes and tricks are useless. Only open schemes can force me to fall for them. Emperor Wu's tone was full of praise. When I unified the world, I dealt with all kinds of enemies. What schemes have I not seen? However, I see that you vaguely have the demeanor of an emperor. You could be considered to be a good ruler. Your father actually made that Gu Xinsha the crown prince instead of you. I really don't understand and feel sorry for him. If you could understand it, you wouldn't have been forced into such a state by the 3 celestial masters. Gu Xinsha didn't give in to Emperor Wu's words. Junior, you're brave enough. I'll subdue you sooner or later and make you my subject. You'll conquer the world for me. This beautiful country and the divine continent will always belong to me. Emperor Wu's eyes were like an eagle soaring into the sky. Let's go. Let's kill Do 19 together. It's impossible for you to stay out of this and watch the tigers fight. Do 19 has many tricks up his sleeves. I'm afraid even a god can't stand the counterattack of the Celestial Master's son. I'll have to use you to block it. As you wish. Gu Chunsha chuckled. Emperor Wu, Do 19 is a prey. Let's get this prey first. You're right. Emperor Wu waved his sleeve, and a force enveloped the entire governor's mansion to prevent Do 19 from escaping. Then he entered the mansion. Gu Qinsha entered with him. The moment they entered, they sensed 19. Chapter 445. Young master, why did you sneak in again? If my father finds out, what will happen? In the room, a girl hugged 19 and then shyly separated. What is there to be afraid of? 19 teased. I will be able to get famous soon. When the time comes, can I marry you? What is your cultivation like now? The governor's daughter asked. It is getting harder and harder to get scholarly honors now. There are so many experts in the world, and one has to be good at everything to have a chance at all. Even if one reaches the Tao realm, it is still a little difficult. I stepped into the Tao realm a few days ago. Look, 19 was really good at seducing girls. Over the hundreds of years, who knew how many female disciples he had seduced in the Celestial Path sect? Even some of the female disciples under Chong Wei-Yong of the Cosmos Profound sect had suffered. This person was good at transforming. Along with the support of the 3 Sky Venerables, even if people found out, they could only close one eye and let him do whatever he wanted. This damn one, he has so many incarnations. Who knows how many women he has seduced in my eternal dynasty, setting up so many methods, truly despicable. I finally understand why those immortal Tao mysterious sect masters have to get rid of him. If not for the 3 Sky Venerables supporting him, who knows how many times he would have died. Killing intent rose up in Gu Chinch's heart. With 19's ability, it was really easy for him to seduce girls. Moreover, it was really hard to defend against. He was much better than any rapist. In the past, he was really bad in the Celestial Path sect. Now that he had changed his tastes, he actually came to the mortal world and seduced the girls of those governors, inspectors, and noble families. Gu Qinsha estimated that at least hundreds and thousands of noble girls have been seduced by 19. Jiang State Governor Deng Pingyuan was an exception. His cultivation had reached the 5th or 6th transformation of the Tao realm, and he was really hardworking. But how could he be a match for 19 at the 25th transformation? If such a person hid in the commoners and did whatever he wanted, even a god wouldn't be able to find him. Luckily, Gu Qinsha didn't let him off, and due to luck, he suffered a huge loss. This time, I must kill this person. I cannot let him escape. Gu Qinsha made up his mind. Just as 19 and the governor's daughter were whispering sweet nothings to each other, Gu Qinsha and Emperor Wu appeared in the room. Who are you? The governor's eldest daughter almost screamed. Miss, this man is a demon and specializes in seducing women. You've fallen into his trap. I'm a member of the Imperial Court's Celestial Pacification Bureau, and I specialize in capturing demons. Gu Qinsha felt the need to point this out. 19, what do you think? Gu Qinsha, if you dare to appear in front of me, hand over the Imperial Tao Gourd and the Grand Emperor's heavenly weapon. 19 was overwhelmed with a boundless killing intent. Everything I did in the demon realm was done by you, wasn't it? Even though you hit it very well, you still couldn't escape my calculations. I've been keeping an eye on you for a long time. You want to look for Wu Dangkong and Jing Qiu. Every move of yours was under my control. Gu Qinsha smiled. However, your opponent today isn't me. It's him, the resurrected Emperor Wu. Do you know him? Thousands of years ago, the 3 great heavenly venerables plotted against him, causing him to fall and destroying his country. Today, he wants to seek revenge. Hand over your dragon nurturing heart technique, dragon creation heart technique, and some of the 3 great heavenly venerables' memories. Perhaps he will let you live. Emperor Wu. 19 looked at Emperor Wu with a solemn expression. He could already sense Emperor Wu's monstrous killing intent. Emperor Wu had no enmity with the Celestial Pacification Bureau and the Great Yonko. They were emperors from thousands of years ago, so there was basically no enmity between them. However, Emperor Wu wanted to kill the 3 great heavenly venerables and destroy his country. The destruction of his country and his family were all part of it. Although 19 hadn't been born when Emperor Wu destroyed his country, he was still the victorious heavenly venerate's son. Emperor Wu could sense the victorious heavenly venerate's bloodline at a glance. He didn't say anything. He opened his palm, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped Do 19. Do 19's body changed, and he used a technique to escape from Emperor Wu's attack. He knew that he would be courting death if he fought Emperor Wu with his undying body. Emperor Wu didn't even look at him and immediately gave chase. Gu Chensha used his will to erase much of the governor's daughter's memories. Only she knew that she had been deceived by the demon and that the Celestial Pacification Bureau had chased after the demon. He also followed Emperor Wu to chase after Do 19. Do 19 used some unknown escape technique that allowed him to move extremely quickly. In a few flashes, he had already left the divine continent and was flying toward the sea. Is he thinking of returning to Precious Jade Nation? The members of the Eternal Extermination Alliance in the Precious Jade Nation can't even withstand a single blow from me and Martial Emperor. Does he really think that they can protect him? Gu Qinsha unleashed his speed and pursued. The direction in which Do 19 escaped was not in the direction of Precious Jade Nation, but the other side of the sea. After fleeing for a full hour, Do 19 had no idea where he was at. Everywhere he looked was a vast ocean with raging waves. The skies were filled with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. The waves on the sea were towering like mountains. Even the Yonko-S Starshark warship would be overturned by such a storm. Precious Jade Nation was not in the depths of the sea. The true depths of the sea were unpredictable. The demons who lived there were much stronger than those on land. There were even many cultivators who opened up cave abodes at the bottom of the sea in search of peace. Moreover, there were many more spiritual herbs, minerals, and ancient relics at the bottom of the sea than on land. Other than that, there were even traces of ancient civilizations sinking in the depths of the sea due to the upheaval. In many myths and legends and the history of the immortal Tao, the vicissitudes of time were not repeated. Millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years ago, no one knew what had happened. Even the three celestial lords were born less than 100,000 years ago. That was the prehistoric era. The history of the Land of Infinity could not be calculated in hundreds of millions or even billions of years. Compared to the history of the world, any cultivator's life was incomparably short. Before the prehistoric era, many civilizations were born, and some of them were even more powerful than the Yonko. Some ancient records said that some civilizations were able to create machines, travel through space, and even use machines to reach the stars. However, because they were too unscrupulous, they destroyed the order of the world and finally caused a collapse, causing an unprecedented catastrophe. All civilizations were destroyed, and the universe returned to the prehistoric era. No one knew whether these ancient legends were true or not. In any case, even the three celestial lords could not use the time reversal technique to see the situation before the prehistoric era. Those were some lost civilizations. When Gu Chansha saw the sea, he suddenly thought of the vicissitudes of time and the lost civilizations. He did not know where this emotion came from. At this time, Martial Emperor suddenly made his move. Originally, Martial Emperor could tear apart space and catch up to Do 19. However, when he was chasing, he did not use the seamless two realms technique. Instead, he used ordinary escape techniques. Gu Qinsha knew that Martial Emperor was experienced and was afraid that Do 19 would retaliate. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone the son of a celestial lord. When a smart wolf hunted, it would chase its prey until it was exhausted before attacking. Otherwise, even a gentle antelope would use its sharp horn to pierce through the wolf's stomach at the most crucial moment. Martial Emperor chased for an hour and seemed to have seen through something on Do 19. He suddenly attacked. Instantly, the space collapsed, and Gu Chansha was sucked into it. Luckily, Gu Chansha was prepared. He sensed the common people's wish sphere and wrapped himself with a power to prevent himself from being devoured by the shattered space. This was a technique of the 28 transformations of the Tao realm, vacuum shattering. It completely shattered the space in an area and absorbed the power of space into the body to refine it. This caused the power of time and space to be infused into the magical power in preparation for the future realm. The 27 transformations of Seamless Two Realms was just tearing open space. After 28, it was about shattering space, digesting vacuum, and merging in spiritual power. Only when one reached this realm would one be able to merge with the power of time and space like the Grotto Heaven ritual. If one tried to merge with the power of space before reaching 28 transformations, one would die. No one would be able to let someone with low cultivation merge with it. Apart from the heavenly Tao, no one would be able to do so. If Gu Chansha didn't have the protection of the common people's wish sphere, Martial Emperor would be able to shatter him with just one move. Based on the common people's wish sphere in the past, its power wouldn't be able to reach here. But this sphere was different from before. It had transformed many times, and its range had increased. Talisman. At that moment, Do 19, who was swept into the shattered space storm, hollered. Another treasure appeared. This treasure was actually an umbrella. When the umbrella appeared, many golden characters appeared on it, suppressing the spatial storm. Heavenless Umbrella. When Martial Emperor saw the golden umbrella appear, he was shocked. Xiantian treasure. Heavenless Umbrella? Gu Qinsha was also shocked. This treasure had shaken the three realms in the primordial age. Legend had it that when this umbrella was opened, one wouldn't be afraid of any heavenly tribulations. According to legend, this treasure had been on the head of the ancient Buddha when he was born. Later on, the Buddha disappeared, and so did the umbrella. This isn't the heavenless umbrella. It's just a projection refined from a trace of aura. With your strength, you won't be able to activate the real heavenless umbrella. This treasure has no offensive power, but it has absolute defense. No disasters or tribulations will be able to strengthen you. But from the looks of it, this umbrella has probably fallen into the hands of the three celestial venerables. This umbrella itself has a spiritual nature. Although it's not as strong as the Black Gate of heaven and earth, it's not that far off. How could it be controlled by you? Break for me. All of a sudden, he unleashed his power again. Crack. Chapter 446. Dragon Transformation Pagoda. The moment cracks appeared on the heavenless umbrella, the Martial Emperor took out a pagoda. The pagoda seemed to contain the roars of 10,000 dragons as countless majestic figures emerged from it. This was a true magic treasure, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda that the Martial Emperor had refined in the past. Although the Dragon Transformation Pagoda had been scattered all over the place, Gu Chansha had obtained a small portion from the chaotic, demonic ape temple and refined it into the Dragon Gate. With this treasure, he had defeated countless heroes. The Martial Emperor must have been collecting the hidden pieces he had left behind to restore the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. Although the Dragon Transformation Pagoda had not recovered to the level it had been thousands of years ago, it still had some of its might. Seeing this pagoda, Gu Chansha understood why the Martial Emperor was so desperate to obtain the dragon creation technique. The foundation of this pagoda was the dragon nurturing technique. A higher-level dragon creation technique was needed to achieve the supreme godly Tao. The dragon creation technique that Gu Chansha had obtained was merely a reference. However, if the Martial Emperor obtained the dragon creation technique, he would immediately be reborn and become a Buddha. Even without Gu Chansha's instigation, the Martial Emperor would still capture Do 19 at all costs and interrogate him about the dragon creation technique. However, the Martial Emperor would not let Gu Chansha rest. He immediately changed his form and dragged Gu Chansha into the battle. If there was a chance, the Martial Emperor would not hesitate to kill and capture Gu Chansha. However, the Martial Emperor had not found a flaw in Gu Chansha yet. He was even more apprehensive about the Zhuge behind Gu Chansha. Kill. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda descended and sucked Do 19 into it, suppressing him and refining him. 5 Emperors, how dare you attack me? Kneel down right now, and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body, and you'll die without a burial. Although he had been sucked into the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, Do-19 was not injured. His body once again gave off a ball of light, and the image of a heavenly deity appeared on it. This heavenly deity supported the dragon transformation pagoda, preventing it from shrinking and destroying itself. This kid sure had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Guchench's figure flashed as he flew into the dragonification pagoda to attack Do-19. Martial Emperor was astonished. Guchench's actions had placed him in a dangerous situation. Even if Gu Chansha wanted to help him, it was impossible for him to barge into the dragon transformation pagoda. The instant Gu Chansha entered the dragon transformation pagoda, he felt as though he had entered a whole new world. He was extremely familiar with this pagoda, and it operated mysteriously. In an instant, he could feel the surging dragon nourishing chi. Bloodline spy. Rumble. As Gu Chansha breathed, he could actually sense the dragon transformation pagoda. This tower had his bloodline. The Martial Emperor's revival relied on a third of his bloodline. His bloodline contained the Sun and Moon Dragon blood, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and North Star Dragon. These powerful bloodlines were invaluable supplements for Martial Emperors to recover their strength. But because of this, the Martial Emperor had many connections with him. This was karma. The moment Gu Chansha entered the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, he activated his bloodline to sense the pagoda. To his surprise, the pagoda did not harm him. Instead, he obtained many secrets from his bloodline. These were the secrets of the Dragon Nourishing Mental Skill. The complete version of the Dragon Nourishing Mental Skill. The complete version of the Dragon Nourishing Mental Skill of the Martial Emperor. Now that Gu Chansha had entered the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, he obtained the secrets of the Dragon Nourishing Mental Skill. Focus, sense, core, meditation, storage, chi, dimension, vibration, feng shui, orientation, heaven and earth, dragon secret. These cultivation secrets were as vast as the sea. All of them were transmitted into Guchench's mind, causing him to have an epiphany in an instant. At the same time, the memories of the Martial Emperor from the Dragon Gate entered his mind. The Martial Emperor had seen the primeval Dragon Gate with his own eyes and entered it. Although it was only the first floor, he obtained the supreme secrets. The huge primeval Dragon Gate stood between the heavens and the earth, emitting boundless might. It was the ultimate goal of all living beings. The primeval Dragon Gate leaped through time and space. Its appearance was based on a great opportunity. Guchench's sea of consciousness contained many memories of the great desolate Ian's Dragon's Gate. These memories contained many mysteries that he could not fully understand. However, the complete version of the dragon raising cultivation technique gave him a new grasp of his cultivation. Brat, how dare you steal my dragon nourishing mental skill? You're courting death. The Martial Emperor immediately knew why Gu Chansha had barged into his Dragon Transformation Pagoda. He could not help but be enraged. Suddenly, his body turned into a ripple and fused with the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, intending to obliterate Gu Chansha and Do-19. Martial Emperor, I'm perfecting the Dragon Transformation Pagoda for you. You succeeded in condensing it after absorbing my bloodline. But this bloodline is not enough. I'll add some more for you, allowing your Dragon Transformation Pagoda to be perfected. How about that? As Guchenchha spoke, bloodline surged out of his body and entered the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. The entire Dragon Transformation Pagoda suddenly seemed to sense the existence of the primeval Dragon Gate. With a slight movement, an ancient intent from the primeval Dragon Gate seemed to fuse with the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda's strength increased greatly. With a crack, it crushed the heavenly deity that surged out of Do-19's body, intending to obliterate Do-19 completely. What a treacherous brat. You actually want to steal my treasure, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda? Do you think it's that easy? Do you think I didn't calculate this? The Martial Emperor's body had also fused with the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. Suddenly, the space above the pagoda trembled and a pearl appeared within the pagoda. The moment the pearl appeared, the dragon transformation pagoda seemed as though it was about to melt. The entire pagoda shone brightly and rippled with the power of the world. This was a sign that it was about to level up. It was going to level up to become a world-level grotto heaven treasure. This is the Grand Emperor's relic? Your other treasure? Gu Chansha suddenly realized that everything was going according to the martial emperor's plan. The martial emperor lived up to his name as a peerless and ambitious emperor. He knew that Lin Fan had to obtain the complete dragon cultivation technique and the real dragon transformation pagoda. Therefore, he played along and allowed Lin Fan to fuse more of his bloodline into the dragon transformation pagoda. Then he took out his trump card. That was an even more powerful treasure from back then, the Grand Emperor's relic. It was said that the relic was a relic formed from the essence of the martial emperor's body after he met with a calamity. After his death, the relic entered the depths of time and space, disappearing without a trace. Countless people searched for it, but to no avail. But now, the Grand Emperor's relic had returned. Furthermore, it was fused with the dragon transformation pagoda. In an instant, everything was suppressed. Gu Chansha could feel the danger of dying. His connection with the sphere of the common people's wish was cut off. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into the gates of hell. The martial emperor's voice was solemn. If you didn't enter the dragon transformation pagoda and steal my dragon cultivation technique, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. After all, you have that sphere behind you. But since you barged in, you can't blame me. Gu Chansha didn't say a word. Instead, his body shrank rapidly. The Grand Emperor's relic has finally appeared. Martial Emperor, it's time for you to die. All of a sudden, Do 19 unleashed his trump card. A figure appeared above his head, a middle-aged man who radiated boundless power. A bottle gourd appeared in his hand, which emanated a boundless aura that could slay immortals and slay gods. It was a boundless aura that could exterminate and slaughter anything and everything. That's the will of the victorious fighting celestial and the saber chi of the god-slaying flying saber. The martial emperor was shocked. Unparalleled dragon creation. Subjugation of the dragon transformation pagoda. Your dragon transformation pagoda is based on the dragon cultivation technique. It's naturally countered by my dragon creation technique. How dare you use it? My father predicted that I would be in great danger, so he wrapped a strand of his will around the saber chi of the god-slaying flying saber as his final trump card. There's nothing in the heavens it can't slay. Die. Do 19 activated the will and the gourd. BZ, an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, kill all living things, and sweep away all immortals and gods in the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out. In that instant, Gu Chansha felt as though time and space had frozen and all living things were withering away. This was the true original version of the god-slaying flying saber. It contained the supreme killing Tao of heaven and earth, capable of slaying all things in its path. Of course, this was not the true form, but a strand of saber chi that had been refined and suppressed by the will of a celestial. Now that it was released, even the martial emperor felt extreme danger. Only now did he realize that the sons of the 3 celestials might seem weak, but they actually had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Activate all things, know the beginning and end. Primeval Dragon Gate, till the end of time. At this moment, he suddenly shrunk his body. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda and the Grand Emperor's relic fused together, turning into an existence similar to the Primeval Dragon Gate. This Primeval Dragon Gate was only the size of a palm, but it emitted boundless might. Junior, block the saber for me. In the blink of an eye, the martial emperor used some unknown method to move Gu Chansha to the door of the Primeval Dragon Gate that he had transformed into, so that he could take the brunt of the saber first. In an instant, the saber light swept past. It destroyed all life. After Gu Chansha was slashed by the saber light, he disappeared without a trace. Even his soul, body, and everything else disappeared. However, after killing him, The saber light seemed to have weakened significantly. When it reached the primeval dragon gate, it did not kill the martial emperor, but only made him cry out in pain. Even with the dignity of a martial emperor, he could not withstand the slash of the saber light and was severely injured. He's actually not dead. Do 19's expression turned solemn. This was his strongest attack, and also his greatest trump card, but it did not kill the martial emperor. Of course, killing Gu Qiansha was also a victory. But now, the greatest threat was the martial emperor. I will definitely kill you. In the blink of an eye, the martial emperor turned back into his human form, and his cultivation level seemed to have regressed. He was cut down by a single saber strike. However, his might was still overwhelming. Chapter 447. Everything is still within my calculations. I will fight my way out of this predicament. At this moment, Gu Qiansha did not die. This was his plan. He had studied for a long time and accumulated a lot of knowledge, but he still could not comprehend the Heaven Dao art. Therefore, he decided to put himself in a predicament to survive. He knew that the key to cultivating the Heaven Dao art was the bloodline of the Heaven Talisman Emperor in his body. The Heaven Talisman Emperor was able to distort the decree, which meant that he had the power to suppress the Heaven Dao. With this bloodline, he would be able to cultivate the Heaven Dao art quality that he had never seen before and become a thief. There were 5 thieves in the sky, and those who saw them would prosper. At this moment, the immortal slaying god, slaying flying dagger, activated by the will of the heavenly venerate, was the key. A slash came. Gu Qiansha felt that all his will, the techniques that he had comprehended, and the physical body that he was so proud of had all turned into nothingness. They were not worth mentioning in front of this slash. However, it was also because of this that the slash destroyed his past and allowed him to comprehend a new life. At the moment of death, his will was as strong as ever. He comprehended things that he had never comprehended before. At this moment, he used his death as the price to summon the bloodline of the Heaven Talisman Emperor. The bloodline swallowed the heavenly venerate's will and most of the power in the saber light before shattering his physical body. Gu Qiansha was in an extremely strange state. From an outsider's point of view, he had completely disappeared. Even his fate was gone, and that was death. But in reality, he was not dead. This state was similar to the state of a sage when he merged with the Tao after he died. However, it was different in nature. He could maintain his consciousness. He began to wriggle and transform like a thief who had started to cultivate the Heaven Dao art quality. In other words, he was fighting for life in the midst of death. He used the real immortal slaying god slaying flying dagger to sever his own line of fate and evade the rules of the Heaven Dao. He began to steal the power of the Heaven Dao art and fuse it into his body to cultivate the Heaven Dao art quality. All of this was within his calculations. However, this move was extremely dangerous. If he didn't succeed, then he would be annihilated. However, Gu Qiansha had great courage, daring to take this gamble. A mass of invisible dermic powers circulated. Gu Qiansha no longer had a body. All the essence energy in his body had been converted into the quality of the heavenly Tao Dharma. The circulation of this technique was extremely smooth, and it could be used to fill the chaos of the universe, or it could be hidden in the nothingness. Wonderful! Gu Qiansha's consciousness and magical power revolved soundlessly and without form. No one could predict it, no one could capture it, and no one could discover it. At that very moment, in the depths of the sphere of life's wish, Zhugeya's body had transformed into a ball of light, and Gu Qiansha's movements could be seen within it. However, Gu Qiansha suddenly vanished from the mirror. No amount of divination could predict where he was. It was almost as if he were a figment of imagination, not reality. The thread of fate has been severed. Henceforth, Your Highness, you are no longer under the control of fate. You won't be divined by the divinities. You've finally taken this final step. Your Highness, you've cultivated a quality of the heavenly Tao Dharma that no one since time immemorial has ever succeeded in cultivating. Zhuge was overjoyed. The ball of light transformed back into itself. Henceforth, the number 1 expert of the calming immortal division belongs to you, Your Highness. I'll take a back seat. Zhuge, you had always been number 1. His realm and battle prowess, as well as his endless array of techniques, had even put Jing Qiu at a disadvantage. But now, if he were to fight Gu Qinsha without using any magical treasures, the Lord of 7 Stars wouldn't be a match for Gu Qinsha. The Lord of 7 Stars' magical power was at the peak of the true Dragon Dharma, just like the ancient Son of Heaven. However, compared to the heavenly Tao Dharma, there was a fundamental difference. It was like the difference between an emperor and a crown prince. The crown prince was a bit lacking. He was still a subject, not a monarch. That one step was as vast as the horizon. Zhuge could no longer divine Gu Qinsha's location. It wasn't just him. Not even a divine-level expert, a sage, or even the 3 celestial sovereigns would be able to divine Gu Qinsha's location. The moment he cultivated the quality of the heavenly Tao Dharma, he had left the thread of fate, leaped out of the river of fate, and entered an unknown realm. Of course, this unknown path would be extremely dangerous. Gu Qinsha's ball of magical power floated on the surface of the sea, undetected by Martial Emperor and Do 19. They couldn't see Gu Qinsha, couldn't sense Gu Qinsha's aura, and couldn't divine Gu Qinsha's location. The heavenly Tao Dharma's concealment methods were exquisite. Not even Martial Emperors would be able to detect it. As of this moment, Gu Qinsha had truly become an expert in concealment. Martial Emperor and Do 19 were still fighting. Primordial Dragon Gate Transformation. Martial Emperor was heavily injured, so he had to kill Do 19 quickly. He had to obtain the dragon creation technique and many secrets of the 3 celestial sovereigns. But even though Do 19 had used up all his trump cards, he was still able to block. Another talisman appeared on his body. This talisman was a streak of light. Within it were the rock, green lion, white elephant, 9-headed snake, giant whale, and white crane. They represented 6 different achievements: courage, mercy, fortune, demon subduing, virtue, and freedom. This was heavenly venerable Putua's Putua round light. But this talisman wasn't created by heavenly venerable Putua, but by one of his disciples, a god-level expert. It wasn't invulnerable, but it could definitely block most attacks. Martial Emperor wanted to curse out loud. From start to finish, Do 19's body was like a treasure warehouse. There were all sorts of treasures and talismans. Although he had the undying body of 25 Tao realm transformations, even a true god-level expert might not be able to gain the upper hand against him. This was the king of the rich. Compared to him, even the Black Heaven Earth sect leader's son wasn't worth mentioning. I don't know how many trump cards this kid has, but compared to me, this kid is still a little too weak. Kill. How long? Martial Emperor used some sort of forbidden technique. Within the small, desolate dragon gate that he had transformed into, there was a loud rumble of thunder. Primordial dragon lightning. Billions of dragon-shaped lights mixed with the power to shatter space. They formed a giant thunderbolt that shot out from within. With a flash of light, the Putual light was smashed into pieces. Finally, Do 19 couldn't take it anymore and wanted to flee. How can it be so easy? The small, desolate dragon gate that Martial Emperor had transformed into sucked in Do 19's body. Martial Emperor, you are asking to die. Even if you obtain my true body, it is useless. I still have many clones outside. I won't die at all. As long as I seize the chance to make a comeback, you will definitely die. Do 19 cursed viciously. He wasn't afraid at all. This was his true body, but it was too difficult to kill someone like him. Even Gu Qinsha had a life-saving secret technique. If he was really killed, he could be reborn on the heavenly demon tree. Of course, after being reborn, he would need to cultivate again. He would lose all his cultivation, but he would still be alive. Do 19 had stirred up trouble for hundreds of years. Who knew how many enemies wanted him dead? His life-saving techniques were thousands of times better than Gu Qinsha's. Therefore, He had nothing to fear. But if this true body was destroyed, it would be a huge loss. At the very least, his cultivation would be reduced to 1/10 or 2/10. But as long as he didn't die, he would be the martial emperor. He had absolute confidence in this. You want to obtain my memories? That is impossible. I can still use the Nirvana destruction art. Do 19's body released unprecedented ripples. Suppress. At this time, many runes shot out from the small desolate dragon gate, suppressing Do 19. Do 19, do you think self-destruction will work? How can I let you die so quickly? I must obtain the Dragon Creation Heart Sutra in your memories. Whoosh! Just at that moment, something weird happened. Thank you, Martial Emperor. Although you used me to block the blade for you, I took the opportunity to complete my tribulation, seeking life in the midst of death. I severed the thread of fate and achieved the quality of the heavenly Tao magic. I will repay your kindness in the future, and I will let you block the blade for me once. Thank you, Martial Emperor. Although you used me to block the blade for you, I took the opportunity to complete my tribulation, seeking life in the midst of death. I severed the thread of fate and achieved the quality of the heavenly Tao magic. I will repay your kindness in the future. This was Gu Chench's voice. Gu Chensha appeared right away and took the chance to snatch Do 19's true body. He then used the power of the common people's wish ball to break through the air and flee. Even if he cultivated the Tao realm transformation 20, gather and disperse impermanence, and also cultivated the heaven path technique, he still wasn't a match for a martial emperor. After all, the gap in cultivation was just too huge. After he cultivated the heaven path technique, there were many other things that he needed to develop and comprehend. If he fought now, he would use up a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be good for his future cultivation. This stage was the toughest. Once he broke through, the next two transformations, body 5-element transformation and phenomenon of heaven and earth, would be really easy. It was just a matter of time. He had hesitated for a long time for this stage and had accumulated so much resources. Today, he had finally succeeded. From now on, he had stepped into the realm of a true celestial. Although Tao Realm Golden Core could be called a celestial, in truth, it was just that one's lifespan reached the standard of a celestial. Only when one had spiritual power would one be a true celestial. At this moment, even with Martial Emperor's intelligence, he couldn't predict Gu Chench's sudden attack. That was because the quality of the Heaven Path technique was something he had never seen before. Damn, I won't let all of you off. Martial Emperor was furious. His honor as an emperor was being insulted. In the end, he was still a little weaker, and all the benefits were taken by Gu Chensha. He was also slashed by the remnant blade energy. Not only did his cultivation drop, but who knew how long it would take for him to recover. At this moment, Gu Chensha didn't care about what Martial Emperor was doing. He was already in the common people's wish ball, and at the same time, Do 19 was wrapped up. Chapter 448. With Gu Chench's Heaven Path technique's quality and cultivation, he could definitely kill experts with the undying body. In the past, if Do 19 didn't use any treasures, Gu Chensha wouldn't be able to do anything to him and would probably still lose. But now that Gu Chensha had cultivated his powers, Do 19 was far from his match. Gu Chench's current cultivation could probably challenge experts at the 26th transformation of Tao Realm. 10,000 techniques return to one. Originally, when one reached the 20th transformation, it was impossible to cross 6 levels without relying on treasures and talismans. But the Heaven Path technique was the Heaven Path technique, the king of all techniques. It was so profound that even the 3 Heaven Venerables couldn't predict it. Gu Chensha had just cultivated it and wasn't familiar with its strengths. Once he was, his combat strength would increase by another level. How long? A strong power charged into Do 19's body and forced all his memories out. They turned into a picture that charged into the Heaven Demon Tree. All sorts of knowledge entered Gu Chench's body. Zhugeya, Lu Baiwe, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise all obtained these memories. Dragon Raising Heart Technique, Dragon Creation Heart Technique. Many top techniques and secrets of the three heaven venerables, cultivation experiences, and the secrets of the universe. How the three heaven venerables saw the secrets of the universe, even the Hongmeng tree, the strength of the world, fate, time, space, world, stars, living beings, etc. This information was huge and vast, but Gu Chunsha instantly accepted it all. The Heaven Path Technique's quality seemed to be able to accept all information. His current mental power was able to split 5 million things at once. This mental power was on the same level as Zhuge Ye's. Very good, very good. I have finally obtained the Dragon Creation Heart Technique. Gu Chunsha smiled. This technique is truly profound. Even the stupidest person would be able to slowly become an unrivaled genius as long as they diligently cultivate this technique. If it were to be spread throughout the world, who knows how strong the national strength of my great Yong dynasty would be. This technique is really heaven-defying. Although it can raise talent, it isn't accepted by the heavens. Instead, people who cultivate this technique will face a calamity. As for those who spread this martial art throughout the world, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. Just look at the martial emperor. Zhuge Ye said, "Every peck and every drink has its own destiny. We cannot let our guard down." Of course, this technique is heaven-defying and breaks the balance. Even the Dragon Raising Heart Technique can't be taken lightly. Geniuses are natural talents, and not something that can be changed by humans. Gu Chunsha had cultivated the Heaven Path Technique and naturally understood the principles of creation, birth and death, the cycle of tribulations, the balance of yin and yang, and the ebb and flow of time. However, I am still prepared to announce this technique to the world so that everyone can raise and create dragons. Everyone will be a sage. Everyone will be a true dragon. Perhaps the world will not be the same as before and will enter a whole new realm. Let me bear all the tribulations, all the karma, all the sins, and all the punishments that have been triggered. Your Highness's grand ambition is a blessing to the world, a blessing to mankind. We exist in this world to fight it out. Otherwise, even if we live forever, what's the point? Zhuge Ye clapped his hands. However, this Dragon Raising Heart Technique and Dragon Creation Heart Technique can't be announced in full. It's best to do it part by part. First, we can announce a part of the Dragon Raising Heart Technique, so that everyone who cultivates it will become mid-tier or high-tier talents. How about that? These are the words of an experienced strategist. How could Gu Chunsha not understand this principle? If he were to announce the Dragon Raising Heart Technique and Dragon Creation Heart Technique to the world, many ambitious people would be able to obtain them, and the world would be in turmoil. These are the weapons of the country and could not be easily taught. My idea is to first announce to the world that our Calming Immortal Department possesses the Dragon Raising Heart Technique and Dragon Creation Heart Technique, then establish the Common People's Wish Academy and recruit disciples. If they're loyal to the country and the people, in line with our ideals, and pass the test, then we can impart some of the Dragon Raising Heart Technique to them. After that, we can carry out various missions, and after completing them, we can impart more. I will definitely not let the Dragon Raising Heart Technique and Dragon Creation Heart Technique fall into the hands of crafty people and turn against our Calming Immortal Department. Wonderful. Lu Baiyue's eyes lit up. Establishing an academy will be a temptation. Not only will we be able to recruit talents, we can also expand our influence and nurture our own direct descendants. Other than that, every disciple who comes to learn must first make a great wish to the common people's wish sphere, saying that they are willing to work for the country and the people, and for the benefit of mankind and the common people. They must uphold the Calming Immortal Department and establish order. Gu Chunsha smiled. More and more disciples come to learn, and everyone swears that the power of wish can form a thought. I believe it will be greatly beneficial to the common people's wish sphere as well. Of course, Zhuge Ye deeply agreed with Gu Chunsha's train of thought. After obtaining the dragon raising heart technique and dragon creation heart technique, after we comprehend them ourselves, they will at most be used as resources. But to the people of the world, it is simply a path to advancement. It is even more attractive than the imperial examinations. If we can make good use of it, this common people's wish sphere will truly become the wish of the common people. It will bring about a thought. Liu Baiwei said, "This is the Tao of the sage." The common people's wish sphere isn't just a name. If it gathers the wishes of the common people, I'm afraid there will be an unimaginable change. This sphere is the foundation of our calming immortal department. Only by continuously strengthening the power of this sphere will we be able to protect our lives and careers. Gu Chunsha looked at the sphere as it gradually regained its vitality. The heavenly demon tree swayed gently, and the Tai Pearl refined chaos elemental energy, forming a perfect cycle. Of course, within the sphere, the most dazzling thing was a golden token. On it were the words, "As His Majesty comes personally." This was the supreme authority bestowed upon Liu Baiwei by the heavenly talisman Heavenly Emperor. Liu Baiwei could command the world, control the feudal vassals, and control the life and death of the feudal officials. This talisman contained an extremely tyrannical and mysterious power. It was definitely not simply the authority of the imperial court. In fact, the reason why many of the old antiques from the aristocratic clans didn't act against the calming immortal department was also because of this talisman. In the past, the calming immortal department had never been able to comprehend the mysteries of this talisman. But now, Liu Baiwei and Zhuge you seem to have already comprehended some of its secrets. This Do 19 is a hedonistic young master, the son of one of the three heavenly venerables, Victorious Do. He has countless trump cards and treasures on him. In a battle of wits and courage, I used all sorts of methods to weaken his strength. Only then did I obtain victory. Gu Chunsha thought in his heart, Imperial Father is an existence even stronger than the three heavenly venerables. The things he left behind for us, this golden token, the death exemption talisman, the words man conquers heaven, and my own bloodline, all of them are much stronger than Victorious Do. Your Highness, the way I see it, establishing an educational institute is the most important task of our calming immortal department. I'm sure you already have a series of plans in mind, Zhuge said. We've already taken over the entire mountain range where the ape men live and are currently in the process of developing it. The way I see it, we should pick a piece of land to establish an educational institute and increase the popularity of the area. I'm sure that the ape men will definitely take it back in the future and use it to temper the disciples we've recruited. In addition, if we wait too long to develop the land and someone else tries to take it, we won't be able to drive them away. Gu Chunsha had long since made up his mind. I've only just begun cultivating the Heaven Tao magic, and I still need some time to temper it. Furthermore, I've acquired some of Jing Qiu's cultivation theories, which make a lot of sense. I'll give it a try. Your Highness, you want to use the opportunity of establishing an educational institute to temper your chi flow and your Tao of order. That's the correct way to cultivate. After all, there's nothing better than managing the people of the world. The Heaven Tao magic is to regulate yin and yang and establish a brand new order for all living things. Zhuge said, Your Highness, you should familiarize yourself with the Heaven Tao magic. Coincidentally, my common people's marshal's puppet has finally formed successfully due to its own transformation. Gu Chunsha opened his mouth and spat. An invisible dot rapidly expanded, transforming into a small gourd. 360 balls of lightning rushed out of the gourd. Countless runes, galaxies, emperors, generals, ministers, peddlers, and common people rushed out of the gourd. Then, the 360 rivers transformed into 360 common people's marshals. They held three pointed, double-edged blades, each with three sides. One side represented benevolence and righteousness. One side represented punishment, and one side represented absolute justice. This was the meaning of the common people's marshal. The river of myriad things. Your puppets have actually all cultivated the river of myriad things, and they're of the true dragon technique's quality. Zhugeya's face was filled with joy. Looks like our tranquil immortal department no longer lacks power in the middle. With these 360 common people's marshals, all sorts of management, farming, cultivation, and education won't be a problem. The moment I cultivated the heavenly Tao, because I encountered the blade energy of the god, slaying immortal, slaying flying knife, all of my original primordial spirit and karma were destroyed. All the good and evil, sin and punishment, reward and kindness in the past were all destroyed. It was the same as me dying once. This Emperor Gord and common people's marshal also died once with me. However, this is a good thing for me. Gu Chunsha touched the Emperor Gord. All treasures have to face tribulations before they can grow. If they didn't face such tribulations, the common people's marshal's puppet wouldn't have been able to reach the true dragon technique's quality and cultivate the river of myriad things. Tao Realm 22, Transformation Heaven and Earth. The final change was the river of myriad things. Thinking back to that day, Wu Dangkong cultivated for a long time and wasn't able to reach such a realm. Only after Xing Qingshi's guidance was she able to reach such a realm. With Wu Dongkong's talent and her fortuitous encounters, she was able to cultivate the changes of the river of myriad things. From this, one could see how difficult it was. The river of myriad things was the end of the 22 transformation heaven and earth. Now, the 360 common people's marshals all cultivated the river of myriad things. Not only that, but their bodies also carried the aura of the celestial slaying god, slaying flying knife. The lethality of this aura to any expert was self-evident. Chapter 449. The common people's marshal held the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. Just by standing there, he gave off the aura of looking down on the world and looking down on all the heroes in the world. This common people's marshal's mana is so strong. I wonder if she can fight Wu Dangkong alone? Lu Baiwei asked. I'm afraid one won't be enough. Although they have all cultivated the river of myriad things, Wu Dangkong had many fortuitous encounters after all. Her mana is strong, and she has also cultivated the sun of heaven investiture art. However, if 10 common people's marshal were to join forces, she would be completely suppressed by her own mana, without the heaven sacrifice talisman or other magic treasures. As for the 360 common people's marshals attacking together, the power would be unimaginable. Guchen Sha was a little proud. Now that his strength had really matured, he could carry out various plans and strengthen his foundation to deal with the upcoming outbreak of the devil disaster. In the center of the Sin province, the seal of the bottomless sea of sin had been broken. In the devil's domain below, more and more demons gathered, and there was a possibility of an outbreak at any time. Fortunately, Do 19 had sacrificed in the devil's domain. He had killed countless demons and injured the demon gods, which made some demon gods vigilant and, to a certain extent, delayed the outbreak of the devil disaster. As for why the devil disaster would break out, Gu Chunsha also knew that it was a conflict between the demonic nature and the spiritual nature. Humans were the spirit of all things, and the strength of humans represented the increase of the spiritual power. In this way, the balance would be lost, and the demonic nature would break out, suppressing the spiritual power, so that the order and chaos of the universe would be in balance. And the agitation of the demonic nature would be sensed by some of the supreme powers of the demon race. At this time, they would follow the demonic nature and promote the outbreak of the devil disaster, thereby obtaining the blessing of the demonic nature and even the power of the heavenly Tao. At the same time, their cultivation would become more profound, and their lifespan would be increased. Since ancient times, the spiritual nature and the demonic nature had been in conflict like this. When the power of the demonic nature suppressed the spiritual nature, the world would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the sun of destiny, the Savior, would appear in the world. At that time, many who followed the will of destiny would receive the reward of the heavenly Tao and even extend their lifespan. Gu Chensha also understood the actions of the three celestial venerables. When demons wreaked havoc, they would assist the Son of Heaven and establish order. When the power of the human world was too strong, the three celestial venerables would also send their disciples to wreak havoc in the world. All of this was to obtain the reward from the heavenly Tao and extend their lifespans. From a certain perspective, although the three Empyreans were anomalies, they had also become the slaves of the heavenly Tao. Of course, there were two sides to this matter. The heavenly Tao had a compromise with them and didn't immediately kill them. Just like an emperor, they could not kill the ministers at will. The emperor's king of heaven. As a king marshal, he with the king of the emperor, king. Emperor, just a emperor, and emperor of the emperor, that's said, on the martial emperor king of. As a human, I naturally hope that the human race will prosper and break through some kind of boundary. Our spirituality will flourish, forever suppressing the demonic nature. Guchen Sha thought for a moment. Father Emperor is the same. This ancient battle between the spiritual nature and the demonic nature, the entanglement of yin and yang, it is time to end it. However, ending all of this will be extremely difficult, but this path must be continued. I cannot become one of the three holy masters. They were clearly divergent, but they still compromised in the end. Of course, if they didn't compromise, they would have died long ago. Suddenly, Gu Chansha discovered that the relationship between the peak powerhouses, divinities, saints, divergents, Empyreans, and other powerful existences, and the heavenly Tao was just like the relationship between ministers and nobles and the emperor. Each had their own interests, and each had their own plans, but they maintained a balanced whole. Although divergents rebelled, they could still be recruited. Interesting. Looking at the small to see the big. This universe is also a great imperial court. Since ancient times, hasn't the Son of Heaven imitated the heavenly Tao? It seems that understanding the imperial court also means understanding the heavenly Tao. Gu Chensh's figure flickered, and he left the sphere of common people's will, arriving at the edge of his fief, which was the vast mountain range he had conquered. Although he had created a wide road that led directly to the demonic ape temple of chaos, it was still not an easy task to explore the countless mountain ranges. There were still countless poisonous insects, fierce beasts, demonic apes, and some unknown demon races hidden within. Gu Chensha did not clear them away. Although his current cultivation had reached the heavenly Tao Dharma quality, and he could completely flatten any mountain range within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, he deliberately left it there to temper his disciples. The true hidden dangers of the mountain range outside his fief had been eliminated. Countless adventurers, pugilistic world experts, and even some aristocratic families' disciples came here to enter the mountain range in search of treasures. Some even bought land from Gu Chansha to build houses and shops. The land here now belonged to Gu Chansha, his personal fief. It did not belong to the imperial court, and not even to the calming immortal department. The laws of the imperial court stated that in the wildlands, any land conquered by a prince would belong to him. In the future, as the population increased, the value of land would also increase. In the past, ordinary people did not have enough to eat. 20 years ago, before the Yonko was established, ordinary families had to mix their food with wild vegetables, and some even ate grass roots and tree bark. After the Yonko was established, the number of people who starved to death decreased. In the following years, the weather was favorable, and the canal was opened. Every household had food reserves, and after that, every household was able to eat meat. Medical centers also opened everywhere, and medical standards improved greatly. The infant mortality rate also dropped to the lowest point. In the past, women giving birth was like the gates of hell. Basically, one wrong move, and all the children would die. But now, this problem had been solved by the imperial court. Gu Chensha had long planned to push the world's population to the next level, causing the population to explode, completely exploding, increasing the strength of the human race. Of course, an explosion in population would also bring about many problems. Not everyone was good, and there were many people with ulterior motives. This would depend on the leadership ability of the leaders who stood at the peak of the era. Guchen's vision was no longer the same as it was in the past. This was his goal in establishing the Institute of the Common People's Wishes. First, he would establish the Institute here. Then, he would send the most capable people of the Institute to establish branches all over the country. The children that the Institute recruited would be subsidized, and the families of the children would be encouraged to have more children. Finally, this would lead to a wave of change throughout the country. He wouldn't directly let the imperial court implement the birth control policy. Firstly, the imperial court still had the crown prince, Wu Dangkong, Gu Tanjian, the various princes, the Celestial Designer Institute, and other aristocrats. The Calming Immortal Department wouldn't be able to completely control the imperial court. They would be monopolizing power, and it would be very difficult for them to implement any new policies. Secondly, even if they did implement it, the Calming Immortal Department would have to provide a large amount of resources. At that time, the various aristocrats would benefit from it and divide the profits. On the contrary, the Calming Immortal Department would be transfusing blood to the aristocratic clans and making enemies for themselves. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Now that he had established the Institute, he would recruit disciples, conduct examinations, reward them, and bring the families of the disciples along. Although the initial effects wouldn't be as fast as the imperial court directly implementing the birth control policy, it was pure and the power was in his own hands. Starting from scratch, governing the world, using the Institute to influence the major events of the entire world. I like to see how good my own methods are. Gu Chunsha landed in the midst of a vast mountain range. The place where he landed was a lake in the mountains. This lake had a circumference of several dozen li and was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was surrounded by mountains, and there were dozens of waterfalls that flowed into the lake like the Milky Way. However, the lake seemed to never be able to fill up. He looked down and saw that there was a huge underground river at the bottom of the lake. He didn't know where it led to. The lake water was clear, and there were countless fish swimming about. There were also some large snakes, lizards, crocodiles, and other unique beasts and poisonous creatures hidden in the water. Everywhere in the wildlands was dangerous. Even a seemingly clear lake could be filled with hidden dangers and even poisonous insects. The water in the wildlands couldn't be drunk directly. There were many invisible insects in the water, and even when the water was boiled, they couldn't be killed. Those who drank the water were covered with insects, and some had their organs eaten up. There were even some who had their brains invaded by insects. Gu Chunsha had long since used his magic to see that there were actually many poisonous insects in the clear lake water. There were at least a few thousand of them in a single drop of water. It was a terrifying sight, but mortals couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Next to the lake was a sandy beach. There were many beautiful pebbles on the beach, and they had been washed round by the lake water. Gu Chunsha was inspecting the terrain and felt that he could build an institute here. Shwa! With a thought, a gray pebble landed in his hand. He grabbed it lightly, and his magic power circulated slightly. The gray pebble shone with a golden light, and it actually turned into real gold. Gu Chunsha retracted his magic power, and the gray pebble didn't regress. It was still gold. As expected, it will never regress. This is what it means to never regress. Gu Chunsha was slightly excited. The quality of the heavenly Tao art was indeed a quality that no one had been able to cultivate since ancient times. After turning a stone into gold, it would never regress. Even if he retracted his magic power, it would still be gold. This was the supreme power of the heavenly Tao's creation. In the blink of an eye, the worthless pebble turned into gold in his hand, and its value increased by 10,000 times. Snake! Gu Chunsha grabbed out, and a colorful poisonous snake appeared in the water. He infused his magic power into it, and after 2 breaths, the poisonous snake actually turned into a golden snake. However, when the snake turned into gold, it instantly lost its life, and its soul dissipated from the world. Chapter 450. Transform into flesh and blood. Holding the golden snake in his hand, Guqinsha once again injected his heavenly Tao art quality dermic powers into it, hoping to turn the golden snake into a body of flesh and blood. But it was useless. The profound structure of the flesh and blood body was far superior to that of gold. Guqinsha's cultivation wasn't enough to turn it into a human. This also meant that he could turn his body of flesh and blood into gold, but he could not turn gold into flesh and blood. To the creatures created by the heavenly Tao, the level of flesh and blood was much higher than gold. Of course, this was because his realm wasn't high enough. He was only at the 20th transformation of the Tao realm, gathering and dispersing. If he improved further and reached the 21st transformation of the 5 elements, then the 22nd transformation of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to turn a rock into an animal. He didn't face any obstacles in breaking through to the 21st and 22nd transformation, but he didn't want to advance so quickly. He had to stabilize his foundations and familiarize himself with the Heaven Tao technique. At this moment, he had entered an unprecedented realm. No one had ever cultivated the Heaven Tao technique. Even the memories of the ancient monster race saints, Lord of 7 Stars Zhuge Ye's memories, Xing Qingshi's experience, Grand Tutor Wenhong, Chong Weiyong, Tai Xuan Du, and even Do 19's memories and the secrets of the 3 celestial venerables didn't tell him how to cultivate the Heaven Tao technique in the future. At most, it would be of the true dragon technique quality. Since he had stepped into this realm, there was no predecessor's experience for him to learn from. Guqinsha could only advance step by step and plan carefully. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, if he took the wrong path, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Cultivating the Heaven Tao technique didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Instead, he had to be more careful in this unknown realm. After Guqinsha extracted Do 19's memories, he didn't kill him. He left him for Zhuge Ye to deal with. Although this was Do 19's true body, he still had an incarnation outside. If he killed the true body, the incarnation would mess around and cause problems. Moreover, Do 19 was a good chess piece, and it would be a waste to kill him just like that. As for how to deal with Do 19, Zhuge Ye was more experienced than Guqinsha. It was better for Guqinsha to focus on building the academy, educating talents, and pushing the world forward. Common People Commander. With a call, a common people's general appeared from the gourd. He was no longer a 3-faced man with a 3-pointed, double-edged blade and a vertical eye at the center of his brows. Instead, he was dressed in Confucian robes and had a carefree temperament, like a strategist and a great Confucian scholar. As he cupped his hands, he said, "Your Highness, this subordinate greets you." As this general of common people spoke, he was full of intelligence. One could not tell that he was a puppet at all. He was like a knowledgeable supreme elder from a large aristocratic family. Very good, Guqinsha praised in his heart. Just a common people's general, true dragon technique quality, Tao Realm 22 Transformations Law phenomenon, was much stronger than Jing Fanqing back then. Even if Gu Hua fought him one-on-one, without using any magical treasures, he would definitely lose. He had 360 common people's generals. This strength was indeed impressive. Even the Celestial Path sect leader would drool. Do 19 truly lived up to his reputation as the treasure boy. He had put in a lot of effort, invited many deity-level experts, including his father Victorious Celestial, and stirred up a storm in the immortal Tao. It took him hundreds of years to finally cultivate the sovereign weapon and the sovereign gourd. Investigate the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. Build a school, Guqinsha instructed. Yes, so. The common people's general flew out and started to look around. Guqinsha also spread his thoughts out. In an instant, it covered hundreds of thousands of miles of land. In his heart, he drew out the image of the city how to build it in the future, how to form a perfect formation, and also how to plan for the next few hundred years after the population exploded. With a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, it was comparable to a large province in the imperial dynasty. It could accommodate hundreds of millions of people, and it was self-sufficient. If hundreds of millions of people united and learned the dragon-nourishing cultivation art, then in a few decades, or perhaps even a century, the sphere would be comparable to the black gate of heaven and earth. As Guchan Sha pondered how to build the school and set up the formation, within the sphere, Zhuge and Do 19 conversed. He released all of Do 19's restrictions. In any case, Do 19 wouldn't be able to escape from his sphere. Furthermore, he'd already obtained all of Do 19's memories and knew all of his secrets. The three celestial sovereigns were in the middle of something important and couldn't spare any attention. However, they could succeed at any moment, and there wasn't much time left. Young Master Do, don't panic. As long as you cooperate with me, I promise I won't hurt you. Zhuge waved his hand, and the branches of the celestial demon tree drooped down. Sweet dew seeped out and poured into the two tea sets in front of him. This is astral spiral dew. It's of the highest quality. Have a taste. Lord of 7 stars, what the hell are you up to? Do 19 recovered and looked greedily at the celestial demon tree. He knew how difficult it was to refine. He'd lost the Emperor's heavenly armament, the Imperial Dao Gourd, and many other trump cards. But if he could get his hands on this celestial demon tree, he'd be able to make up for everything he'd lost. He'd even make a profit dozens of times over. Even if you kill my body, you won't be able to do anything to me. That's not necessarily true. There are many curse arts that can be used to curse the true body through clones. That's not to mention that your true body is already in our hands. Zhuge extended his hand. Drink. Don't tell me you don't even dare to drink a cup of tea from the Celestial Commerce Department? Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Do 19 drained the astral spiral dew. Not bad. It's good tea. I didn't think a tiny Celestial Commerce Department like me would be able to enjoy as much tea as a deity. This dew is refined from chaos origin power, and when you add in the power of the stars, it's almost as good as heavenly dew. It's nothing more than a cheap trick. Zhuge waved his hand. Compared to the 3 celestial sovereigns, it's nothing. If you know how powerful the 3 celestial sovereigns are, how dare you act so presumptuously? Lord of 7 stars, do you know that 10,000 years ago, Jiang Gongwang died because he challenged the authority of the 3 celestial sovereigns? It's not too late for you to repent. Do 19 said, if you join our faction and act according to the wishes of the 3 celestial sovereigns, you'll definitely have a chance to live forever. Otherwise, even you won't have any tribulations, and your lifespan will only be a few thousand years. Furthermore, the Lord of 7 stars' lifespan is even shorter than some cultivators. Sooner or later, you'll be summoned by the 7 stars and return to your true body. From a certain perspective, you're nothing more than a puppet. Well said. Zhuge laughed. You've spoken my mind. However, if I want to break free from the shackles of a puppet, I'll need to rely on a powerful existence. As far as I'm concerned, the 3 celestial sovereigns aren't strong enough. Hearing Zhuge's blatant words, Do 19 couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that Grand Emperor Heavenly Talisman was far stronger than the 3 celestial sovereigns. Gu Taxian was abandoned by the Heavenly Dao and hasn't appeared in public for many years. He hasn't attended court. It's hard to say if he's still alive, Do 19 cursed. The 3 celestial sovereigns are doing something big, and so is His Majesty. However, I don't think I need to tell you who's doing something big and who's doing something small, said Zhuge. Zhuge, let's not talk about empty words. Let's talk about the conditions. What do you want in exchange for releasing my true body? In front of Zhuge, all schemes and plots seemed childish and laughable. Do 19 was keenly aware that if he tried to compete with Zhuge in scheming, he would be the one to lose. What do I want from you? I just want to cooperate with you. Zhuge slowly sipped his tea. I think your strength will stop here. It'll be very difficult for you to improve any further. Moreover, although you are the son of victorious battle celestial, there are still many brothers ahead of you. If you don't receive enough attention, you might be treated as a sacrificial pawn. Why don't you cooperate with us? I can guarantee that your future achievements won't stop here. Moreover, as a wise person, shouldn't you bet on both sides? Why bet on both sides? Do 19 asked. Don't tell me you want me to rely on Gu Taxian? Why not? Zhuge sneered. Or do you really think that His Majesty doesn't have the ability to kill the 3 celestial sovereigns before he dies? Do 19? Once the 3 celestial sovereigns are killed, where will you go? Actually, I've already seen that the 3 celestial sovereigns know that His Majesty has the ability to kill them. That's why they place their hopes on the primordial mist tree and obtain the ability to regenerate. If you bet on both sides, wouldn't your chances of survival increase greatly? This isn't some sinister plot, but an overt plot. I think you've been brainwashed. Do you really think that the 3 celestial sovereigns are invincible? How? Or do we cooperate? Do 19 had some thoughts. You're in my hands now. If you want to cooperate, you have to show some sincerity. Zhuge carefully observed Do 19's body. How about this? You help me get the azure dragon egg and the white tiger egg. I'll gather the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 holy beasts. These 4 holy beasts will grow together with the heavenly demon tree. Only the vermilion bird and black tortoise are slightly lacking. I believe that heavenly venerate Do Sheng has the white tiger egg, and the azure dragon egg is in the black heaven earth gate. With your status, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one. Of course, you'll also benefit. After gathering the 4 holy beasts and condensing the heavenly demon tree, I'll forge a body for you. I'll let His Highness use the heavenly law technique to refine magic power for you, allowing you to cultivate 10,000 techniques return to 1. I believe that even your father doesn't have the heavenly law technique's quality. Heavenly law technique's quality. Thinking of Gu Chinch's methods, Do 19 couldn't help but shiver. Of course, if he summoned his clones and took out his other trump cards, he could fight against Gu Chansha for a while. However, if Gu Chansha increased his cultivation realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. Chapter 451. The heavenly demon tree itself was a supreme treasure researched by the sage of the demon race. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were the peak existences of the monster clan. If the 4 great sacred beasts could absorb the heavenly demon tree and condense it together, the vitality of the entire tree would be much stronger, and the yuan qi inside the sphere would be more abundant. Moreover, the azure dragon controlled the yi-wood qi, which had a great nourishing effect on any tree. If he didn't make good use of Do 19, Zhuge would feel sorry for himself. With Do 19's identity, he could still use his connections to intimidate the immortal Dao sect once. It was not impossible for him to ask the Black Heaven Earth sect for an azure dragon egg. If they didn't give him face, Zhuge would naturally have a way to create a huge rift between the Black Heaven Earth sect and the 3 heavenly venerables. Gu Chansha has cultivated the heavenly Dao art. It's indeed very difficult to divine his whereabouts. Other than that, if he were to transform into an ordinary person, there's no way to detect him at all. This kind of person is extremely dangerous, much more powerful than my transformation fruit. Do 19 knew the wonders of the heavenly Dao art. Minute dust art, boulder art, Vajra art, true dragon art, heavenly Dao art. As for the quality of the last heavenly path technique, the 3 heavenly venerables must have researched it. Of course, research was just research. It was still impossible to cultivate it successfully. Even if he used the heaven sacrificial talisman to carry out the Guardian Emperor's great ritual, it would only be treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. His own essence was not the heavenly Dao arts, so over time, the power of the Guardian Emperor's great ritual would also dissipate, fusing into his own magic power. Do 19's transformation fruit merely transformed into another form, and no one would be able to recognize it. However, if an expert were to diligently calculate and expend magic power, they would still be able to calculate it. As for the heavenly Tao, it was to sever fate. In the heavenly Tao, that person no longer existed. Since he didn't exist, there was no way to divine him. This was also the reason why Gu Chansha could hide himself perfectly in the future. This was the true power of the Heaven's Path technique. It wasn't the strength of the technique, but the perfect fusion. The heavenly talisman, Great Emperor's Bloodline, is so powerful. I'm sure that the reason why Gu Chansha was able to cultivate the heavenly Tao technique is because of Gu Taxian's bloodline. If I can obtain Gu Taxian's bloodline, I'll definitely be able to break through all the shackles and suppress my fellow disciples. I'll become the #1 subordinate of the 3 celestial sovereigns. Those brothers of mine, they've always mocked me and even bullied me in secret. I can bet on both sides and obtain many things. I can also protect my true body. This Zhuge has captured my true body. If he really uses all kinds of curses, I'll be in great danger. I don't have any other choice. I can only feign civility and preserve my life first. Moreover, I can also join forces with the profound immortal Tao sect to plot against the immortal tranquil department. Zhuge smiled at Do 19. How could he not understand what he was thinking? Are you thinking of joining forces with the Black Heaven Earth sect to attack us? I'd advise you not to play around like that, because I can use your true body to control your clone's every move. Moreover, the Black Heaven Earth sect won't do you any good, and our immortal tranquil department has always been honest. Do 19 knew that he had been seen through. I'll bring the Azure Dragon Egg and the White Tiger Egg over. Our deal can begin now. Of course. But before that, your true body has to stay with me as a guest. Zhuge would never release Do 19's true body. Do 19 also understood this. I'll take this opportunity to observe the secrets of the heavenly demon tree. Zhuge smiled and closed his eyes without saying a word. He was channeling his own magical power to comprehend the supreme mysteries. After obtaining Do 19's memories, it had been of great help to his own cultivation. As he slowly channeled his magical power, the heavenly demon tree produced waves of pure vital qi that flowed into his body. At the same time, he channeled his own magical power into the Tai Pearl, refining it repeatedly to make it even purer. The heavenly demon tree and the Tai Pearl. These 2 treasures can aid my cultivation. Even I don't get such treatment. Do 19 was a bit envious. He looked over at the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, who had built a nest in the middle of the heavenly demon tree and were cultivating there. If I could have those 2 holy beasts as my mounts, that would be perfect. He couldn't cultivate. He couldn't absorb any vital energy within the life's wish sphere, and his magic power was completely restrained. He couldn't even move about freely. It was a very depressing feeling. However, he felt like he had just survived a calamity. When he had been captured by Gu Chansha, he had thought he was dead for sure. Now that he was still alive, it was a miracle. The Lord of 7 Stars is easier to deal with than Gu Chansha. Gu Chansha has quite a bit of a fiendish aura and doesn't care about the consequences. If he wants to kill someone, he'll just kill them. Hotheads like that are the worst to deal with. Do 19 tried to figure out what the people from the Celestial Commerce Bureau were up to. He wanted to escape, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt fear for Gu Chansha. He realized that even if Gu Chansha killed him, as long as he hid, the 3 Celestials wouldn't be able to find him. As Zhuge cultivated, he could sense Do 19's emotions. He knew that there was a dark shadow in the man's heart that he would never be able to get rid of. Perhaps Gu Chansha could use this to subdue him. Gu Chansha had finally finished surveying the area around the lake and waterfall. Suddenly, he flew into the sky and released all 360 common people's generals. They stood in their positions and covered 100 miles of land. Fire! Gu Chansha activated his magic power. The 360 marshals immediately split off some of their magic power, which transformed into enormous fireballs that fell to the ground. Rumble! Everything within 50 kilometers was transformed into a sea of fire. Even the rocks, forests, mud, swamps, everything was transformed into lava. These flames were the flames of the five elements, formed from magic power. They were incredibly fierce and were the most profound when it came to refining magical treasures. It did not take long for everything within a radius of 100 li to turn into lava. All of the poisonous gases and impurities were smelted away by the flames. Then, under the control of the magic power, the lava floated up into the air and turned into huge palaces and schools. Heavenly stars. The palaces that emerged from the lava were made of stone that had been refined into something like jade. At this point, Gu Chansha waved his hand, and the power of the stars in the sky was drawn to his magic. Starlight poured down like a waterfall, transforming into a river that flowed into the earth, transforming the stones into motes of stars. Then, Gu Chansha drew a line in the air, and a giant whirlpool seemed to appear in the sky, directly connecting to the spiritual world. Countless amounts of spiritual energy descended, turning into a downpour that landed on the palaces and into the lava, merging into it. This spiritual rain lasted for a full 2 hours, and when the lava cooled down, it turned into a beautiful scene. Within 100 miles, palaces stood in great numbers, and the ground was covered in dazzling star stones. It was filled with spiritual energy, and in the center of these palaces, there was a huge pool. The palaces themselves formed a natural formation. Within this huge pool, there was already a thin layer of spiritual liquid. Above it, a cloud appeared. That cloud seemed to be the gathering of spiritual energy, and it condensed. The spiritual rain that fell continuously fell into the huge pool in the center. Those large ponds were where the original lakes used to be. However, the water in them was suppressed in the underground Ain River. Gu Dusha had used the Ain River to turn it into a huge underground Ain dragon. Gu Chansha turned the original huge lake into a spiritual pool, imitating the universe lightning pool. After accumulating enough spiritual energy, he injected it into the Ain River, causing the Ain River to gradually gain the nature of a dragon, turning it into a spiritual object that protected the earth veins of this area. Gu Chansha's methods were already godly. If anyone in the mystic immortal Tao sect saw that he could casually use his magic to absorb spiritual energy and turn it into spiritual rain, their eyes would pop out. If he had such ability, then as long as there was one person in the mystic immortal Tao sects, he would be invincible. As Gu Chansha constructed and set up the formation, he discovered the profoundness of the Heaven Tao technique. The creation and nurturing of spiritual energy were far from what the True Dragon technique could compare to, especially when it came to absorbing spiritual energy, immortal energy, and the power of the stars. It was 100 times better than any other expert. How long? After Gu Chansha completed the construction of these palaces, he pressed down. His magic seeped into the depths of the earth veins, gathering all the power together to form a huge formation. Looking at the academy that he built, Gu Chansha nodded his head in satisfaction. During the construction process, he sensed the profoundness of the Heaven Tao technique. The most terrifying thing about the Heaven Tao technique wasn't fighting with people, but building, accumulating strength, and expanding one's influence. Just like when two countries fought, what they competed on wasn't the strength of their troops, but the overall strength of the country. Whichever country was strong and good at management would be able to use their troops to crush the other party. This was an unbreakable truth that had existed since ancient times. After Gu Chansha comprehended these changes, he had some plans in his heart. He flew into the sky and collected the 360 generals of common people. Then, he looked at the academy and activated the Heavenly Tao technique. He covered up the light of the star jade in the entire palace, turning it into an ancient stone palace with an ancient aura. Looking at it that way, this place looked like an academy that had existed since ancient times. It was filled with a culture that had been accumulated for thousands of years. To outsiders, it looked like a piece of stone. Actually, the inside was filled with star jade, filled with spiritual energy and the power of the stars. This 100-mile area was filled with layers of palaces. At least 1 million students could live there. This was the academy headquarters. Next, they would start to recruit students. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.